trapdoor.
Even if I could see into your mind, even if I try to see, I still never really know if you care. You didn't hear a word that I said. I told you too many times, it's the little things that count, which can make someone feel special. I think you're always in two minds, and it's forever that way. I know what you're gonna say. I told you too many times, it's the little things that count, which can make someone feel special. I think you're always in two minds, and it's forever that way. I know what you're gonna say. Two ways. It's the little things that count, which can make someone feel special. I think you're always in two minds, and it's forever that way. I know what you're gonna say. I told you too many times, it's the little things that count, which can make someone feel special. I think you're always in two minds, and it's forever that way. You're gonna say. Two ways. Two ways. I told you too many times, it's the little things that count, which can make someone feel special. I think you're always in two minds, and it's forever that way. I know what you're gonna say. I told you too many times, it's the little things that count, which can make someone feel special. I think you're always in two minds, and it's forever that way. Two ways.
Well, there's a will, there's a way, kinda beautiful. And every night has its day, so magical. And if there's love in this life, there's no obstacle that can't be defeated. For every tyrant to tear for the vulnerable. In every loss, so the bones of a miracle. For every dream left me broken. Tuesday I was through with hoping. Wednesday my empty arms were open. Thursday waiting for love, waiting for love. Thank the stars it's Friday. I'm burning like a fire gone wild on Saturday. Guess I won't be coming to church on Sunday. I'll be waiting for love, waiting for love to come around. We are one of a kind, irreplaceable. How did I get so blind and so cynical? If there's love in this life, we're unstoppable. No, we can't be defeated. Monday left me broken. Tuesday I was through with hoping. Wednesday my empty arms were open. Thursday waiting for love, waiting for love. Thank the stars it's Friday. I'm burning like a fire gone wild on Saturday. Guess I won't be coming to church on Sunday. I'll be waiting for love, waiting for love to come around.
Think I can fly. Think I can fly when I'm with you. My arms are wide, catching fire as the wind blows. I know that I'm rich enough for pride. I see $1 billion in your eyes, even if we're strangers till we die. Gave you the key when the door wasn't open. Just admit it. See, I gave you faith, turned your doubt into hope, and can't deny it. Now I'm all alone and my joys turn them open. Tell me, where are you now that I need you? Where are you now? Where are you now that I need you? Couldn't find you anywhere. When you broke down, I didn't leave you. I was by your side. So where are you now that I need you? Where are you now that I need you? Attention when nobody else was paying. I gave you the shirt off my back, what you saying? To keep you warm. I showed you the game everybody else was playing. That's for sure. And I was on my knees when nobody else was praying. Oh Lord. Where are you now that I need you? Where are you now that I need you? Where are you now that I need you? I need you the most. you never said a word, you didn't send me no letter. Don't think I could forgive you. See, our word is slowly dying, I'm not wasting no more time. Don't think I could believe you. Yeah, you never said a word, you didn't send me no letter. Don't think I could forgive you. See, our word is slowly dying, I'm not wasting no more time. Don't think I could believe you. Yeah, our hands will get more wrinkled and our hair will be gray. Don't think I could forgive you. And see, the children are starving and their houses were destroyed. Don't think they could forgive you. And when seas will cover lands and when men will be no more, don't think you can forgive you. Yeah, when there'll just be silence and when life will be over, don't think you will forgive you.
Under the tree where the grass don't grow, we made a promise to never get old. You had a chance and you took it on me, and I made a promise that I couldn't keep. Heartbreak all over town, but something flipped like a switch when you came around, and I'm in pieces. Pick me up and put me together. These are the days we've been waiting for. Days like these, who could ask for more? Keep them coming, 'cause we're not done yet. These are the days we won't regret. These are the days we won't forget. These are the days we've been waiting for. Rattle the cage and slam that door, and the world is calling us, but not just yet. These are the days we won't regret. These are the days we won't forget. Out on the midnight, the wild ones howl. The last of the lost boys have thrown in the towel. We used to believe we were stars aligned. You made a wish and I fell out of time. Flew, cut through all over town. You made me bleed when I look up and you're not around, but I'm in pieces. Pick me up and put me together. These are the days we've been waiting for. Days like these, who could ask for more? Keep them coming, 'cause we're not done yet. These are the days we won't regret. These are the days we won't forget. These are the days we've been waiting for. Neither of us knows what's in store. You just roll your window down and place your bets. These are the days we won't regret. These are the days we'll never forget. And these are the days. And these are the days.
Morning, everyone. Go ahead and get started here. Welcome to the final day of our conference. We have a great lineup of speakers today. We're going to be presenting on various subjects about what it takes to be successful in college. In just a bit, I'm going to introduce our plenary speaker, but first I want to go over just some housekeeping items. Be sure as we go through the day today to complete all of your evaluations for each of the sessions that you attend by the end of the day today. Those are going to be how we determine your attendance and eligibility to be considered for a chance to win one of the stipends. I also just want to go over real quick the winners of the stipends for the first 3 weeks of the conference and say a quick congratulations to them. The first week, the winners were Samuel Leon from Tulsa Community College, Maddie Kuiper from Seminole State, Nicholas Williams from Oklahoma State, and Jonica King from Tulsa Community College. The second week winners were Amanda Nash from Northeastern, Caitlin McGriff from Southeastern, Jasmine Godoy from Tulsa Community College, and Candace Hewitt from the University of Central Oklahoma. And then last week's winners were Cameron Carey from Southeastern, Dustin Collins from Oklahoma City Community College, Alicia Hopinka from Tulsa Community College, and Buddy Ray Swiker from Southeastern. Congratulations to all you guys in the first 3 weeks. Remember, there's still some more stipends to be awarded. The weekly stipend will be still going on for today. And then there are overall stipends, one that's guaranteed to each program, and a $400 stipend that is provided by ODSA for students who have attended all 4 weeks and attend at least 2 sessions in those weeks. The link to the evaluation will be posted after each of the sessions in the chat, and there'll also be a QR code that'll scroll by on the intersession slideshow. So this morning, our first speaker will be Dr. Robert Goltra. Dr. Goltra has a well-rounded 25-year background in education that includes experience as a K-12 instructor, administrator, and specialized training in the areas of student retention, student services, student success, and Robert's experiences in managing student service projects range from designing and implementing student enrollment and retention plans to developing and leading million-dollar student services grants and supervising many department personnel in highly accountable academic environments. Of the many areas that he has led, his partnership with TRIO programs is among his most treasured. He believes due to this I'm sorry about that. He believes due to the servant attitudes in TRIO and hands-on approach to meeting students' needs, students who are engaged in TRIO are well prepared as they transition to further their education and enter the workforce. While studying to become an educator, Dr. Goltra was also a successful student athlete. The life lessons that he learned on and off the field serve as a framework for messages that he shares with college students and university staff. He currently leads as Vice President of Student Affairs at Rogers State University. As a student athlete, he was named Academic and Associated Press All-American, served as team captain of a top 5 college football program, and played for NFL's Atlanta Falcons. Help me welcome this morning Dr. Robert Goltra III.
Good morning. Good morning. Hey, I appreciate the introduction, David. While we've not had a chance to meet, I had a chance to review some of our previous speakers, and man, we've had some great opportunities for our students and our TRIO staff. And Dave, you've been a great host, so I appreciate your efforts and time, and thank you for introducing me this morning. I want to start off by sharing, first off, that like David, I may have my phone ring due to my situation. I have some sensitive things that sometimes come up, and I'm going to have my phone ring and look and see who is it calling me, and double check, see if that's a forward or if I actually need to hop off. I don't want to leave the meeting. It'll take an emergency, but I do need to be available. So I appreciate your understanding on that. The other thing I want to share with you is I'm standing between a lot of you and $400. So I'm not going to belabor this and make this a long-winded presentation. And I also know that I'm standing between you and spring break for sure. And so I won't be too long there. But I do want to highlight a few points and share my story. And it's, you had some great speakers. Dar was one of those who shared his stories. I like the way he led off. He goes, I'm not sharing my story because it's about me, but rather I'm sharing my story because it's about you. And I want you to see, just pull back the curtain. There's going to be some nice things I share that I'm very proud of. But I'm going to put myself out there a little bit this morning and share a few things I'm not proud of. And I might get a little bit emotional, but I share that with you because I know I'm in good company. Both the people who are employees and who are part of the TRIO grant, their wraparound services are amazing. And then the students involved with this grant, you all are amazing as well. And I know I can trust you to understand that my story, even if it impacts just a few of you, is worth sharing. So I'll dive in right here where we are. So from the beginning, I'm going to share my screen. And if somebody will give me a heads up, or a thumbs up anyway, that this is showing to the audience. My presentation is showing to everybody? Okay, thank you, Angel. You can see my presentation? Perfect. All right, thank you, Angel. I appreciate that. Well, first off, welcome back to week 4 of the 2021 Oklahoma Collegiate Leadership Conference. As David said, my name is Dr. Robert Goltra. I'm the Vice President for Student Affairs here at Rogers State University in Claremore, Oklahoma. As RSU's Vice President for Student Affairs, I have an opportunity to bring my passion for student success to this presentation. It's been a long journey to get to where I am today. So from time to time, I'm going to share something that I believe is a nugget or a takeaway. And when I say takeaway, I encourage you to really zero in on me. And maybe even if you have a notepad and something to write with, take a note. So I'm going to share with you this nugget right now, and let's just practice this. So pick up your pen or pencil, notepad, or your tablet, any type of device, and let me give you a takeaway right now. To get where you aspire to be, you must be prepared to do what others won't. So here I am. I've got a title of Vice President for Student Affairs, and it's not an ego for me. It's not a title that I take lightly. I take it very seriously. But it was a journey. I didn't just wake up and have an opportunity to be Vice President for Student Affairs at Rogers State University. And I share that with you is, again, that takeaway is you're going to learn through my presentation. To get where you aspire to be, you must be willing to do what some others don't. So with that being said, my passion for supporting students in that journey will become more and more evident to you. The Division of Student Affairs at Rogers State University encompasses campus police, career services, counseling services, disability services, our esports program here, our student health center, residential life, student activities, student development, and conduct in Title IX. And then I'm currently also serving as interim vice president for enrollment management, which brings on another session of recruiting, admissions, et cetera. So my plate is full, and those are all blessings that my plate is full with. So before I start today, I want to give credit where credit is due. Our TRIO program at Rogers State University is a strength of the institution. Students, those of you who are out there need to understand TRIO didn't just happen. It didn't just fall on your campuses, nor has it been sustained on your campuses without a lot of effort. So those TRIO leaders, please give yourself a pat on the back. I want to recognize Rogers State's TRIO leaders. Within EOC, Dr. Susan Bedwell is our director, who oversees all of our programming, who is instrumental in the work that is writing the grants and continuing to try to add to our TRIO experience here at Rogers State University. I tell her often and share with others that she could sit back and be complacent and realize we've done a lot of great things, and she has done a lot of great things, the program's done a lot of things. But she continues to work tirelessly to get additional grants and programming on our campus to serve our students. So much appreciated. Kylie Brown is administrative assistant, but much more than that. And she's actually added some titles, but Kylie is phenomenal. Diana Trammell, assist with Trio here at Rogers State University. Thank you, Diana. Kelly Holmes and her work, Katie Navarro, Kylie Davis, Kia McCutcheon, Bayonne Pettis, and then our Student Support Services, which is a new grant to us here at RSU. Elizabeth Gordon is our program director, and also Nancy Page, academic advisor. I could spend a little bit more time on each one of those, but I just want to share with you that is truly the heart behind Trio here at Rogers State University, and the reason Trio exists and supports our students. So I want to thank them. I also, before I dive into mine, I want to thank the opening plenary speakers that you've had thus far. Lance Newbold, I had a chance to listen to his presentation, and that was your first presentation of week one. Thank you to your service, or for your service to our country. I really liked the many examples he gave, but the one that really stood out to me is the funnel leadership. Really appreciated how he understands that middle management, which is the position that I'm in and that he also serves in, is there is a lot of things from the top that flow down. And we have to filter those things, and we have to make sure that we protect our people, but also, just importantly, make sure that they're heading in the right direction. So quick nugget, here's a takeaway. If you take this note, please. And here it is. There's a quote that I really like that says, it's not important in terms of how fast you're going. What's important is you're heading in the right direction. So please note that. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in my presentation, but it's not so important of how quick you're going or how fast you're going, but rather, are you headed in the right direction? Also, Dar did a great job of presenting as well. Appreciate his enthusiasm and his leadership at Oklahoma State University there in Oklahoma City. A couple of takeaways, I took some notes from him as well, but I just loved his openness to explore, his ability to see things far outside of just the work world. And he's learned that over time and experience, and I have as well, that there are always a lot of things to do and work is demanding. But he helped me just take a moment and reflect and say that we are more than our work. And in my story, I'll be able to share that as well. So thank you, Dar. And then Stan Pearson, I saw the hat initially. First thing I saw was Stan Pearson the two. And I thought, man, I've got a couple of hats, but I can't pull it off like that guy. He was phenomenal. He looked good. He looked sharp, and his presentation was phenomenal. And Stan, I appreciate the message you gave. And he was really, as you know, just upbeat, talked about passion, talked about being excited with who you are. And more importantly, I think what really stood out to me from Stan was, as you evolve, continue evolving to be more. So I appreciate all the opening speakers you've had thus far. And so I share each one of those. I hope you can take a couple of nuggets from my speech as well. I'd much rather be there in person. Speaking via Zoom is not ideal, but any opportunity to get in front of amazing students and Trio leaders, I'm going to take advantage of that. All right, so my next slide, I just want to share a little bit about our history, because as a leader, and this is a nugget, this is a takeaway, so please take a note. You know, the conference talks about leadership, and I truly believe leadership, and I shared this in my interview here at Rogers State University, and beyond my interview, I've tried to live it. But I really believe that you need to appreciate and understand the past to better understand where you need to go. And here at Rogers State University, our history is plentiful, from the Oklahoma Military Academy in the early 1900s to the involvement of a community college after it was a prep school, and then into its involvement for the last 20 years now as a university. But along the way, there's been great leadership and people who put in a ton of time and effort. So I'll give you a nugget, and a takeaway is leadership, when you have that opportunity, and each of you will, and frankly, right now you are. But as you're exercising leadership, pause, reflect, and take a moment to look back. And what I mean by that is, as I took this position, there were two individuals that were consecutive in as many years that oversaw student affairs. And while one had moved away, the other one was still close. And we to this day have breakfast each month. I put aside time to engage with him so that he can better share with me where they've been, the journey they've been on. Because changes are hard for everyone, but decisions that you make for changes need to be critically ingrained in to where the institution or whatever you're leading, family, small business, et cetera, of where they've been in that journey. So that's a nugget I want you to take away, is make sure you respect the past and take time to explore the past. So speaking of exploring the past, TRIO, as I said earlier, didn't just come to be. There's purpose and reason behind that. And I want to make sure that you appreciate and understand that. So throughout my presentation today, I'm going to show clips and videos, and I apologize up front. There's going to be some advertisements on the front of those clips. I'll give obviously credit for those clips, and I have approval to use those in an educational setting. But in those advertisements, please bear with me, and I'll hit close on the advertisement, but I want you then to see the clip for what it is. But I have to understand that TRIO goes back to the mid 1960s, which as old as I am, I wasn't even alive at that point. But that's an example of paying respect for the people that came before you. We wouldn't be here assembled today if it wasn't for the leadership of our country, the legislature, the Congress, who voted for the Equal Education Rights Act, and then also specifically the funding for what became TRIO. And so I want to make sure to show a couple clips, and bear with me while I do, as we look back at our history and why each of us are able to be here and recognizing their work.
Skill sets, have the mindset, have the grades, and all the capacity to complete and to receive a quality education.
And I want to interrupt just for a moment. I noticed that I shared this. I want to make sure people are seeing that. Could someone give me a thumbs up if you're seeing the video?
No, we're not seeing the video yet.
I need to make sure that I stop sharing, then I'll reshare. Okay, thank you very much. There we go. See the video now?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Dave.
But without those resources, and what the Higher Education Act has done 50 years on is allow a continuous stream of qualified, capable students and future leaders to get educations that they otherwise wouldn't. And I think about, what if those students didn't go to college? What if I didn't get a chance to go to college?
This is a very important act for people much like myself, because without it, we would have not had the financial means to receive a higher education.
I know for me, coming from a low income background, a single parent household, and an underserved community, without the Higher Education Act, I wouldn't be where I am today.
I honestly believe that if we had not had an act of this kind passed and implemented, a lot of higher education would have remained the same as it had been in the past, where it was only the wealthy who could receive a higher education.
And yet, in the 50 years since the signing of the Higher Education Act, the money for grants has not kept up with the escalating cost of higher education. Students and their parents have turned increasingly to student loans. The Higher Education Act, which has been revised and reauthorized 9 times, is once again under review. The question is, how can legislation that has generated so much opportunity?
All right, so I share and a little bit overshare for reason. In order for us to respect the work that's been done, and I want to make sure that you guys are able to still see me here. All right, in order for us to be able to respect the work, we do have to look back. And so challenges continue to plague TRIO because, as you know, as leaders and as instructors and staff in the TRIO program, we're fighting for every penny we have. I am an administrator that has worked closely with our team. While they've done the work, I've worked closely with them to advocate any way I can, because I understand the significance of that work for our students, but also long after I'm gone from my current position, I want to set the stage that does continue. So students, share your story, work through your leaders in the TRIO program, your advisors. And I encourage you to take a moment to write a letter of appreciation both to your TRIO leadership and your advisors and mentors, but also write a letter to the government. Your letter matters, your voice matters. I advocate daily for things at RSU that are student focused and based, and we can't assume they'll just be there tomorrow. We have to fight for it. One more thing I want to show you on a video wise here, and I'll pop off. I'm sorry that it's a little bit clunky as far as my sharing screen, but I need to start the video and then I will share again. I'm going to fast forward to the mark right here. Okay.
Changed my life for the better.
People would follow us around in the store thinking we were going to steal something because of our tattered clothes, the color of our skin, and the accents in our voice. So I've been pleased to welcome you to the show.
All right, I'll stop it right there and reshare. All right, so some of you may ask, let me make sure I get the right share here. All right, some of you may ask, well, why would he look back and show videos about things we already know? And here's why. I want you as students and specifically our leadership around TRIO, I want you to be proud of the work you've done. I want you to be proud of the purpose of the work. Students, I want you to be proud that you are among a percentage of students that have that opportunity and to take advantage of it. There are too many times in life that we take for granted based off the everyday work we do. And many of you may be out there sitting here going, you know what, I'm sitting here because I'm going to get money. I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. Some of you may be sitting here because I have to do it, etc. But the majority of you, I really believe, are sitting here today because you know that support and quality guidance is just instrumental in the work that you're doing, both currently at your location and your institution to what's next. And that's what I love about TRIO program and student success specifically. It's not just about why you're here, it's to help you bridge and go to the next step. So I want to just take a moment and just reflect. And please, leaders, know that you're valued, and that while I don't have a chance to work in TRIO every day, I rest easy knowing that we have students on our campus that are benefiting from those programs. So thank you for your work. All right, let me tell a little bit about my story. And again, like Dar said, this isn't about me, but to share some examples, it's easiest for me to talk about what I've been through so that I can help give some feedback. So tell you a little bit about my student athlete experience. So I was a student athlete growing up. Athletics was an instrumental part of my life. I also enjoyed the arts, enjoyed band, speech and debate growing up, etc. But athletics was what helped me, similar to many of you, have a scholarship and to be able to pursue my dreams, my passion. So I want to share with you that was a long journey. That was an experience that wasn't easy, getting up at 5 a.m. To work out. It wasn't easy, 110-degree days, and you're out there multiple times in pads and working through those things. But here's what I'm proud of, is I was among the 4% of high school athletes that had an opportunity to then speak to being a college athlete. 4% of all athletes have that opportunity. So I want to show you yet another clip, and bear with me here because there's significance. There's going to be two nuggets, two takeaways I want you to take from this clip. But that shows in many ways your journey as a TRIO student, because you are among a small percentage of students who have this opportunity, and it's your opportunity to take advantage of. So let me share this with you as well. Bear with me as I get this started and click over.
Never hide your Reese's eggs in a basket. I mean, come on. It's the first place they'll look.
Brush your teeth in less than 10 seconds with this revolutionary toothbrush. It was created by a...
So, Coach, how strong is Westview this year?
A lot stronger than we are.
You already written Friday night down as a loss, bro?
Well, not if I know we could beat them.
Come here, bro. You too, Jeremy.
What, am I in trouble now?
Not yet. I want to see you do the death crawl again, except I want to see your absolute best.
What, you only go to the 30?
I think you go to 50.
50. I can go to the 50 if nobody's on my back.
I think you can go with Jeremy on your back. But even if you can, I want you to promise me you're going to do your best.
All right.
Your best.
Okay.
You going to give me your best?
I'm going to give you my best.
All right, one more thing. I want you to do a blindfold.
Why?
Because I want you to give it up at a certain point when you can go further. Get down. Jeremy, get on his back. Get a good tight hold, Jeremy. All right. Let's go, bro. Keep your knees off the ground. Just your hands and feet. There you go. A little bit left. A little bit left. There you go. Should be good effort. Keep moving, Brock. That's it. That's it. That's it. Keep going. I want everything you got. Come on, keep going. It hurts. Don't quit on it. Your very best. Keep driving. Keep driving. There you go. There you go.
It's heavy.
I know it's heavy.
I thought I had strength.
You negotiate with your buddies to find more strength, but don't you give up on me, Brock. You keep going. You hear me? You keep going. You're doing good. You keep going. You're not quit on it. You keep going. I know it hurts. You keep going. You keep going. It's all hard from here. 30 more steps. Keep going, Brock. Come on. Keep going. And let it burn. It's all hard. You keep going, Brock. Come on. Come on. Keep going. You promised me your best. Your best. Don't stop. Keep going. It's not too hard. You keep going. Come on, Brock. Give me more. Give me more. Keep going. 20 more steps. 20 more. Keep going, Brock. Give me your best. Don't quit. No. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Don't quit.
All right, I share that with you. And again, if someone would give me a thumbs up, Angel, would you give me a thumbs up that you can see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, we
Perfect.
can.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I share that with you because I hope that's what Trio has been for those of you, and in the chat, just give me a thumbs up if you are a junior or senior in the program. If you've been in the program 3 or 4 years, if you just give me a thumbs up in the chat or say yes. Let's see people coming through. Appears to me we've got several, okay, coming in. I hope that's, well, not as intense for having to do a bear crawl on the football field, but I hope that's what you felt as many of you have families that you go home to and you have a lot of things on your plate there. Obviously jobs, sometimes 2 or 3 jobs. And many times you're in a situation where maybe entering the program, you didn't believe in yourself. You didn't think that it was possible to accomplish the things that you're currently accomplishing. So I share that with you is because I want to make sure at the end of the day that your coaches are doing that for you, that there's coaching and there's cheering and there's going to be times where they're going to call you out on sometimes missing class or not being where you need to be. But at the end of the day, when you leave Trio, and I've seen so many students who've had that feeling of, I couldn't do it, and they made it. They made it. They reached the end zone, or in our goal, completing what you started, whether that be getting a degree, a certificate, wherever it is you choose to go and exploring your education. Again, I can't tell you enough how much I value the work of Trio and the program, but also specifically the people that do that daily. So I share with you is please, if you've been in this program for 2 or 3 years and you've had that mentorship and support, which I bet you have, take a moment and recognize them. We are on the last leg, obviously, of this journey that is this conference, but it's a good time to reflect, especially those who've been in the program for a few years and maybe on your way out. I also want to share with you a little bit about, as a student athlete, again, I shared that 4% that had an opportunity to play in college. That 4% now, when you go to the NFL or the professional, is less than 1% that actually have an opportunity to move forward. So I didn't take my education lightly. You know, the graduation rate rates among college athletes is lower than it should be, especially when I was playing in the mid 90s. It was pretty much a factory of getting student athletes on the field, but not as much emphasis or focus on what they're doing in the classroom. And I share that is I was one of about 20% that graduated with a degree, having used football as a scholarship and a method. So I share that with you as a Trio is be that percent that in your time, take advantage of the Trio program while you're eligible and while your clock is moving, and don't at all take that for granted. But the NFL, many people think, stand for National Football League. I actually have a different meaning for that acronym, and that meaning is not for long. And the average career in the NFL is about 3 years. And in the NFL, you see a lot of people that you know that are stars, whether it be Patrick Mahomes, of course, Tom Brady, and the list goes on and on, the people that you do know that did make a career of it or can make a career that are getting the big salaries and have the fancy houses and the things that you see. But of that 1% that I just spoke to that made it from college to a professional sport, less than 1% of that actually can make a career and just live on that and do nothing else. So that journey is when you make it to the NFL, you think, oh, I made it. You're just getting started. And luckily for me, education was huge in my foundation and fundamentally in what I was doing. And sports was a byproduct, and playing athletics was a byproduct. But then to have the opportunity to play in the NFL, while it was really amazing and cool, and I experienced some neat things and had opportunities many people don't. When your knee and your back and your neck start to give out, which mine did, you then make that ultimate decision of walking away from something. Or many players don't have the choice to walk away. They are forced out. But note that the majority of players you see will have a career in something far different. And the NCAA has a great commercial. And it was just a couple of years ago they had that out where they were showing athletes on their different respective sports fields and courts, et cetera. And it said 99% of these student athletes will go pro as something else. So I want to share that with you from the Trio perspective is you all are going pro and something else. And Trio is a great vehicle and avenue for you to do that. All right, let me click next and share a little bit about my world as far as beyond the NFL. And again, that was just a blip on the radar of my career, just a few short months and years. But my degree going through the university setting was to be an elementary teacher. And I went straight from the NFL playing field to the kindergarten classroom. And so many people often speak of and ask, that's unique. Not many NFL guys, here I am, was at that time 6'6" and over 300 pounds. And the NFL is brutal. It's a mean-spirited world. It's survival many times. And what was neat about that is I was able to flip that switch, and inside my heart, I wanted to be what I was missing in my youth, which was a strong male presence in the lives of youth. And so I studied, and that was my passion and my drive. I literally, from the NFL, shortly thereafter, walked into a kindergarten classroom of about 26 kindergartners. And my story on that is unique because people ask me, what was more difficult? NFL playing field or teaching kindergarten? And I tell them unequivocally, teaching kindergarten was far more difficult than playing in the NFL. And I share that with you because here's the passion and the spirit I bring. I had many restless nights after I received my first job offer to teach. And I had so much anxiety and so much concern in my heart because I knew the significance of that job. And professional athletes, it's great, it's fun, it's flashy, and there's a lot of great work that goes on. I'm part of the NFL Players Association to this day that does a lot of great things for the community. But I knew that as I had 5 and 6 year olds entering the classroom, some who could recognize letters, some who could not, some who knew the sounds, some clear up to who could read. And while their comprehension wasn't there, they could read. Man, was that a big, tall order for 26 little ones to depend on me to become readers. And to know the research tells us that early childhood education, especially grades pre-K through 3, are what sets the tone for the rest of someone's academic career in their skill sets and their attitude towards. I was more nervous, more anxious, more scared being a kindergarten teacher than I ever was playing football, because that was a true impact. So I share that with you. As the NFL is a nice little catchphrase that often kind of gives me these opportunities to speak to people. But I want you to understand that that's not what I'm about. And that's not what life is about. Life is about the hundreds of students that I've had a chance to impact in my 25 years in education now, from kindergarten teacher to elementary principal, high school principal, and I've been in higher education the last 15 years now. So I'm going to show a quick clip because I just enjoy from that scene for you to kind of experience what a kindergarten classroom would be like. But many of you are younger than I, if not all of you. But there is an actor, many of you know Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he had a famous movie called Kindergarten Cop. And that movie, I'm going to show you a clip from, kind of sums up, and it's funny. It's not actual, of course, but it kind of sums up the life of a kindergarten teacher. So let me share this with you real quick.
From Bikini Bottom to Paramount Plus. Wow! A new SpongeBob movie. I love my life. A new original series, Camp Coral. I'm ready! And over 200 episodes. Now streaming only on Paramount Plus.
First day,
Yes,
I'll take care of her.
thank you.
You know, kindergarten is like the ocean. You don't want to turn your back on.
They're okay. Don't worry. Everything is under control. No. Monsters. What is this?
Aren't you gonna break it up? No, 2 more days of this, and you'll quit.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! No. Don't start this. Oh no. Attention! This is your new class mascot.
What happened to your dog?
This is not a dog. This is a ferret.
What's a fairy?
That's a ferret.
If he bites you, you get rabies and you die.
No, that's not true. He never bites.
Can I pet him?
Sure, but one at a time, okay?
All right. So I share that clip I didn't yell and scream, obviously, at the students. I had a lot of pedagogy and background in my life that helped me handle situations like that because of the training I had. But I share that clip with you is while it's funny and it's one of those things that I literally step from the field into that type of environment, it's the hardest you'll work. And so those of you who had great teachers and clear back into kindergarten, first grade to second grade, again, I'm going to challenge you. And here's a nugget. Here's a takeaway. Thank those who supported you along the way. Leadership is more than just showing what you know, but showing the appreciation for those that have supported you along the journey and that currently do. I still stay in contact with my third grade teacher. He was an inspiration from a single parent household who didn't have a male influence. He was the first male I had as a teacher. And while he passed away a few years ago, I called him at least once every 2 or 3 months just to engage in conversation. Take the time to do that. It makes a difference. And those are the true heroes of our world. It's those pre-K up to 20, which is higher education, and the work they're doing to serve you all in your program. So anyway, a little bit of clip there. So I want to also share, I mentioned earlier, I have a 25-year background in education. That includes experience as a K-20 instructor and administrator. I'm not going to show this next clip because of time, but you know, these are photos I'm very proud of. There's a photo of me with a chancellor and president of the university receiving my doctoral degree. At that time, my current 3-year-old was just over a year. That's a photo of she and I. And then also my work here at Rogers State University with some teammates and members advocating for education on Higher Education Day on the Hill here in Oklahoma. You know, I'm blessed in many ways. I've got a beautiful wife and 2 daughters. I've got a son as well. And these photos kind of sum up what life looks like on the outside. I talk about Facebook, and I call Facebook sometimes fake, F-A-K-E, fake book, because it just often just gives you a picture of what people in life look like ideally, right? I want to share with you that there's so much more behind it. I've got a beautiful wife, beautiful children. I've had great experience as a student athlete, both at college and professional level. And educationally, I invested in myself, and I've been able to truly move forward in my support and my journey. However, I do want to make sure you guys are aware that, as I shared with you earlier, that there's some things I'm not proud of. There's some things that I carry around every day. My childhood was not something that I'm overly excited to share because it was trouble. It was difficult. I experienced my father walking out of my life at 2 years of age. I did not know my father growing up. Matter of fact, I'm going to share something with you that I want to keep within the Trio family, but I was kidnapped by my father when I was just 2.5 years old, and my mother didn't know where I was for 13 months. While many people think, well, you probably don't remember much at 2 or 3, I do remember my father telling me my mother was dead, and that's why I was with him. It's made an impact on me. I lived in 16 different homes growing up. Stability was not in my world, in my life. And that impacted me and affected me in my early years. I was a child that lived through multiple failed marriages. I saw relationships come and go in my mom's life. My mom was a single parent most of our time together. She owned a small business, cut hair and made ends meet, qualified for food stamps, chose not to take it out of pride. But I can tell you this, as difficult as that was for her and for me, she had an unconditional love for me. And I knew she loved me. She was doing the best she could. But there was multiple failed marriages that I explored. Within those marriages, I also witnessed domestic abuse and heard my mom get beat. These are not things I'm proud of, but it would not be fair to me as a presenter to you today to say, hey, look at me. Look at me. I have played at the highest level athletically. I've achieved a terminal degree in academia. And now I've got a beautiful family. But that's not telling my whole story. That's more than that. And I share with you being a single parent. So I share this with you, and I want to summarize this as those aren't proud things that happened in my life. And I also have been through a divorce myself. And I've got a son through that. That's a story to tell as well. But I share that with each of you out there because whether it be the leaders in Trio, whether it be you as Trio participants, you have your journey, you have your story. And I want you to know that it's not what you put on Facebook and what you see other people on Facebook. It's what's in your heart. It's the determination, it's the drive, it's the want things to be better for you and your children. And that's the essence. That's the essence of Trio, is for you to have an opportunity to be better. Not only for yourself, for the ones you love and care about. So I'm going to show one more video, and I appreciate you sharing that with me. And I'll have just a couple more things after this video, and then I'll let you go. But thank you for letting me share the great things that have happened in my life. And also thank you for understanding and letting me share with you the things that oftentimes people look at from the outside and go, man, he played in the NFL. He's had life pretty good. I didn't let life keep me down. It's knocked me down a few times. I've been to some tough stuff. I didn't let it keep me there. And you have mentors, you have people within this program. That's not going to let that happen to you either. Let me show you this clip, and then we'll part ways.
My sub has steak.
My sub has bacon. Now buy one sub, get 150% off.
Bear with me just a moment as I share this screen. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. Technology, I love it. There we go.
Somewhere along the line, you changed. You stopped being you. You let people
see the video
finger in your face and tell you you're no good. And when things got hard, you started looking for something to blame, like a big shadow. Let me tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody is going to hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. Now, if you know what you're worth, now go out and get what you're worth. But you got to be willing to take the hits and not pointing fingers saying you ain't where you want to be because of him or her or anybody. Cowards do that, and that ain't you. You're better than that.
So as we part ways here, I want to share with you, I know each one of you are better than letting life knock you down and keep you there. I know your mentors, your coaches love you and are passionate about you. I'm Trio special. And I want each one of you to take advantage of that and know you can lean on your mentors. And they may not have all the answers, but they will make sure that they find those for you. You already know that. But Trio, thank you for being the support system for an individual like me that I needed throughout my childhood, throughout my college experience. And thanks for letting me share with you that it's not what's necessarily on Facebook or what people perceive. It's what you've gone through that dictates you getting up and being more and being better. Because of people like Dr. Bedwell, because of people like Elizabeth Gordon and the entire team here at RSU, I can sleep well at night knowing that we have students that are fighting things that they don't even know about, that I'll never know about. But their advocacy will impact generations to come. You completing the Trio program and you completing your degree is going to open so many doors so that hopefully one day, like myself, where I'm in a position that I'm able now to reach a hand out and be supportive and help. If I can ever be of any help or support to any of you, please let me know. And thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Dr. Goltra, for your time this morning, for sharing your story and your wisdom with us. There's a lot of thanks coming in also in the chat from participants. I hope you're able to see some of those as well. Thanks for the clips as well. I think I found some movies that I'm going to rewatch over spring break.
The good stuff there for sure.
Participants, I'm going to go ahead and put the evaluation link into the chat here. Make sure that you get that completed by the end of the day today for each of the sessions that you attend. Next up at 11 o'clock, we have Desiree Francis going to be talking about getting organized. So stick around for that. And thank you again, Dr. Goltra.
Be blessed. Take care.
get a good feeling, yeah. Get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling, yeah. Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah. Get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling, yeah.
Press play, fast forward, non-stop. We have a beaten path before us. It was all there in plain sight. Come on, people, we have all seen the signs, so we may never get back to the old school, to the old grounds. It's all about the new found. We are the newborn. The world know all about us. We are the future, and we here to stay. We come a long way since that day, and we will never look back at the faded silhouette. We come a long way since that day, and we will never look back at the faded silhouette. Straight ahead on the path we have before us. Day by day, soon the change will come. Don't you know we took a big step forward? Just lead the way and we pull the trigger, and we will never get back to the old school, to the old grounds. It's all about the new found. We are the newborn. The world know all about us. We are the future, and we here to stay. We come along since that day, and we will never look back at the faded silhouette. We come a long way since that day, We
Good morning, everyone. Can you guys hear me? Hopefully you guys can hear me. So, hello, my name is Deborah Morgan, and I'll be the moderator for the session. Welcome to Getting Organized, Let's Plan It, presented by Desiree Francis. Desiree is the counselor coordinator of Project SOAR Student Support Services at OSU OKC. I am honored to be moderating for her session as I work with her and know how phenomenal she truly is. Desiree has a bachelor's degree in sociology and a master's degree in business management with an emphasis on leadership from Southern Nazarene University. She has a great understanding of the TRIO programs and a great appreciation of what it takes to make it through challenging times, as she is a TRIO alumnus. She participated in SSS and McNair programs. She has a love for equipping students with the tools they need to succeed. As a lifelong learner, she loves to read. On a typical day, you can find her spending time with her family or watching Doctor Who. Her future goals consist of completing a doctorate degree and traveling the world. Today, Desiree will discuss giving students an opportunity to learn the different ways to plan their schedules and to discover which plan works best for them. The workshop will give tips on how to manage school, work, and fun. So before I turn it over to Desiree, a few housekeeping notes. If you have questions or technical difficulties during the presentation, please use the chat box feature. After the session, you'll be asked to complete an evaluation. This is important because this will be used to select stipend winners, and everybody wants to win a stipend. So please do that before jumping off the session. Now I'll turn it over to Desiree. Desiree, thank you so much for being here. We're so excited to have you.
Oh, thank you, Deborah. I'm excited to be here. All right, let me go ahead and share my screen with you all. All right, can you guys see my screen? Okay. All right, so like Deborah said, today we're going to talk about getting organized. So let's plan it. This is not going to be your typical planning session. This is going to be very a la carte. I hope you guys are able to learn some really good tips and some really good tricks from what I'm going to tell you guys about today. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So our objectives today, I want to go ahead and make sure that we establish what your priorities are. I want to discover where your time goes throughout the week. I want you to realize that self-care and planning is very essential, and I want you to learn about the organizational tools and utilize what works best for you. So this is a picture of me in my second semester of my senior year of college back in January 2012. This was actually on Facebook, and the caption read, "I feel like my life just threw up on this paper." This was me in college. If you go back and look, I probably have stacks of agenda for every year, and every single page is filled up just like this. Every single one. I was a busy person this semester. I worked 2 jobs. I was a residence assistant in my dorm, and I also worked as a student secretary in our student support services office as well, along with taking 17 credit hours that semester. So as you can see, I was very, very busy. This is what worked for me. I loved this type of planner. I loved that I had space to write and write a whole bunch for each day. I planned out my life. Everything that I did from day to day is actually written down in there. If you look real close on Sunday, you can see where I plan to do my laundry at 8 o'clock in the morning, go to Sunday school and church with friends and then have lunch with them. On Friday, I put in that I was babysitting at a friend's house. I have everything from study time, my class times, everything is literally on that sheet of paper. Like I said, it feels like my life just threw up on that paper. And during this time when this picture was taken, one of my resident assistants or one of my students that lived on my hall, we were studying. And she took this picture and she said, "Wow, I want to be like this one day." And during that process, I started to think about, and this is what got me curious about planning and how planning does not work the same for every single person, that there are different tools, there are different techniques. And that got me to exploring more about, what it means to be a successful planner, what it means to plan correctly, and what it means to actually have self-care built in to your schedule as well. Because I can tell you now, I had a little bit of fun with friends, but there was definitely more self-care and time for fun that I could have added into my schedule when I was at school. But I didn't add time for fun. Um, Back when I was in school, and I don't know if this is still the case, but there was always these things that people used to say to you. There are three things you can have. Three, I put up four fingers. Three things you can have. You either can sleep, have good grades, or have a social life. You could pick two of those, but you couldn't have all three. I made it my mission for the rest of this semester to have all three of those things. And so I want to show you guys that you can actually have all three of those things as well too by planning. So what's the importance of planning? Well, people who manage their time are more punctual. They know where they're going. They know what time they have to be places. They pretty much know their agenda. They know where they need to be, when they need to be, and they typically try to get there on time. And then if something comes up, they're able to project that, and they're able to get in contact with the right people so they know that they are going to be late or they're having some technical difficulties. They typically meet deadlines on time because they have it written out. It's right there in their face. They know when a deadline is coming up and they try to meet those. They complete tasks, that check mark right next to your grocery list or right next to a task that you have completed. They're prepared. They know what they need, when they need it, and where to get the information from. They have goal setting skills. It may not seem like having a planner is setting goals, but technically, every task that you complete, every deadline that you reach, everything that you turn in, that's a goal that you set for yourself and that you complete it. It may be on a small scale or a big scale, but planning it will help you reach those goals that you set for yourself. And people tend to be more successful when they plan for themselves. So, what do you do first? Well, first, you need to create a routine for yourself. Having a weekly routine and daily habits will save you time in the long run. But one caveat that I want to say is be realistic. You need to sleep, you need to eat, you need time for yourself. So, the first thing that I typically do when a student comes into my office and says, I do not have time to do my homework. I don't have time to do this 20-page paper or this 2-page paper. I don't have time to do anything besides work and sleep. So the first thing that I do is I print out a calendar for my students from Saturday on, for the rest of the week. So from Sunday to Saturday, with all 24 hours in each one is printed out. And I give them some colorful markers, some pens, whatever they like. If they just like black and white, I'll give them, a pen or whatever. But I like to use color so you can see where your time is going. And I sit up there and I say, okay, now the first thing I need you to do is put down what your priorities are, what you need to get done. And usually the first step that students do is they put down when they work and when they have classes, whether it be a Zoom class or time just to study or that particular time. So they usually put those two things down. So I have to go in a little deeper with them. And I said, okay, now put time in that you're studying. And they put that in. And I said, okay, now go ahead and put time in where with things that you like to do. So they go ahead and put that in. And after they put all that stuff in, I said, okay, now put in time to sleep. And if there is not time for them to sleep or there to eat, I say, okay, that's the problem. We need to sit down and figure something out. And then we're able to get in there and rearrange their schedule for what works for them and that they're also meeting all their basic needs. They're getting to eat, they're getting to sleep, but also they're getting to add in fun time of their own as well, too. So when you're planning, you need to prioritize. So once you have that schedule that you have for what you're doing for the week, you need to sit down and figure out what is a priority to you. And when you're trying to figure out your priorities, you need to put every single thing down. So whether that's work, that's school. Hopefully those two things are priorities. If you need to work in school, and put down your schedule, and go to minute details as well too. So if a week you have a paper due, or you have a test that you need to study for, you have homework, put those things down each week to figure out what your priorities are. That is going to help you in the long run. And then put those priorities in order. And when you're putting those in order, make sure you realize what is urgent, what needs to get done right now. What do I need to focus my time on at the beginning of the week versus on the end of the week? And a lot of times when you're planning things out, you'll put a deadline in your calendar. So that'll tell you what is urgent and what is not urgent and what needs to get done before that. And you're going to have to, maybe juggle a couple things at the same time. But if you plan it out, you should be able to do that. So write those things down. Make sure that you know what is urgent and what is not urgent, and what can be put off to the next week or the next month or the next day. That's important to do. And also put down what is important to you. I had a student come in one day, and she was filling a lot of her time with work and just going to classes. And then she would, work on homework afterward. And that was leaving her no time to have any sort of social life or any sort of self care. And so I asked her, what's important to you outside of school, outside of work? What is important to you? And she said, okay, it's important to me that every Wednesday night that I go and I get to volunteer. I volunteer at the, local food shelter, or I go and visit, relatives at a retirement facility, and I put on games for them. She said, that's important to me. I love to do that. And I haven't got the opportunity to do that. And I said, okay, if that's important to you, put that down. Make time for that. If you love to go to church on Sundays and Wednesdays, put that in your calendar. Make time for that. If you love to go play football or basketball with your friends on, a Sunday evening, or you have marathon movie nights, put those things into your calendar. You will be more refreshed after you do them. You'll be more focused, and you'll be able to make time for those different things. And it'll make you a better person. It will make you a better friend. And it'll just be more relaxing to yourself as well, too. Plan out those things that you love to do. Put those in. Sometimes they're priorities for you as well, too. Make sure that yourself is a priority, and then you have time for yourself in there. And then plan to procrastinate. That probably sounds a little interesting and a little like, what? But most people procrastinate. I myself am a procrastinator, but I consider myself a good procrastinator. So with that, if I know I have a deadline or something comes up, I don't wait until the last minute. Um, you have a paper due at 12 p.m. tonight or 12 a.m. tonight, and you started on 11 p.m. That's not the good procrastinator I'm talking about. I'm talking about, starting weeks in advance and making sure you have time to do everything that you need to do. So, for example, at the beginning of the semester, you're in a class, and your professor tells you, okay, at the end of the semester, you have a 10-page research paper that is due. Throughout the semester, we're going to have checkpoints. I want to know what your topic is in the next few weeks. I want to see an annotated bibliography in the next 2 weeks. I want to see, your introduction paragraph. I want to see a draft, and then you'll turn it in at the end of the semester. So it's important to hit those deadlines, but those deadlines don't encompass the whole entire paper. So what you may want to do is start, hit those deadlines, but then actually start working on the body of your paper a month before the due date. That way you can schedule time and say, okay, the paper is 10 pages. Let me break this down to sizable chunks that I can actually accomplish. So, I'm going to write one single page every single day. If I do more than that, great. If I do less than that, okay, I need to, have some wiggle room to go back and work on more the next day. So you have time to do that. So you take those 10 days, maybe you take 2 weeks to write 10 pages, and you're writing a page a day, and you have some time to work, and you have time to do other things as well. Then once you're done with that, you have time to go look over it and edit it. Then you have time to meet with a tutor or meet with a writing coach that goes through and looks over your paper and says, okay, hey, here's some suggestions that I suggest that you changed, or some edits that I need you to make. Then you go back and you take another 5 days to do that. and then you're able to turn your paper in at that point. So when I talk about plan to smartly procrastinate. Make sure that you're able to get everything done, but that you're not waiting to the very last minute to get everything done. When you're planning your schedule, you also have to make room to be flexible. That is very important. Change happens. Something will come up, whether it be, a teacher says, okay, out of nowhere, here's a paper that you have due, here's a reading assignment. Or if you have something in your personal life that pops up and that takes you away from classes and you have to work around that, or work needs you and you have to, work more hours. You have to be able to plan around that. You need to routinely assess your time and weigh your priorities. That's an important planning process. Your priorities are not always going to be the same. They will fluctuate. Whether, one semester you're really big on and you have the time to be in a student organization and you want to be, the historian or treasurer, and that is a priority to you. So you put that down. That next semester, you may be taking more classes. You may take on more at home. You may, have more work that you have to do outside of that. And maybe that's not a priority to you. And so you have to pull back and just become a general, a member and not be so involved. You have to assess those things. So it's important to sit down, if not on a weekly basis, a monthly basis, or a semesterly basis, to figure out what is important to you and what needs to get done. And you can assess at any point in time. This is an ongoing process. So if something comes up and you're like, okay, I'm not feeling this schedule is not working for me, I need to do something different. You have the right and the time to do that as well too. So make sure you look over your schedule and you figure out what is best for you. Like I said, this is an ongoing process, and you want to work on continuously improving. And sometimes you need help with that. So reach out to those people who are close to you in your TRIO programs, in your schools, in your homes, and just say, okay, hey, I'm having trouble. I need some help assessing my priorities. And just having that conversation and that face to face will help you, figure out, okay, what's important to you and what's not important to you as well. Planning and self-care, that is so very important. You need to schedule time for yourself and make it a priority to do what makes you happy. Taking breaks will have you be more productive, energized, and creative. And it's just important. So I'm going to give an example of a student that I worked with last semester. I did a organizational workshop, and she was filling out the chart that I talked about earlier with her days, and she was going to school. She was not working. Um, and she just went to her classes, and the rest of the time was focusing on studying. When I looked at her chart every day of the week from about 2 p.m. to about 10 p.m., she was sitting down and she was working on her schoolwork. That's a long time to work. And she was having problems. She says, I'm studying and I'm reading all this material and I'm just not retaining it. I'm getting to class and I'm forgetting and I don't know what to do. I need help. I don't know if I'm studying the wrong materials. I don't know if I'm just so overwhelmed. And I stopped her and I said, I can see why you're so overwhelmed. You're doing a lot in a lot of time. And so we sat down and I said, okay, so what are some things you can do to break up your studying? Because most people can't sit down and focus for that long of time and retain the information. At some point you lose focus, and are you reading it, or are you reading it and are you comprehending the material? And so we sat down and I said, okay, so why don't you plan breaks? I know it's important to you to sit down and study, but let's plan breaks within your studying time. So she was able to go through her material and she said, okay, I think I study really well for about 2 hours. And then after that, my focus starts to trail. I said, okay, so what are some things that you can do that will help you get back on focus, but still give you a break? She goes, well, usually if I take a break and I need to eat. So she'll go to the kitchen and make herself a sandwich or, some food. And then she comes back and she's able to study for a little bit longer. And then after about 4 hours of studying, she says, I think that's when I reached my cap. And so then she sets everything down and she picks it up the next day where she left off or starts on her homework. And so it's very important to figure out what works best for you and how long you're able to focus. Because if you're sitting down studying for 4 hours, but you're just pilling on your phone, or you're venturing off to TikTok videos, or you're, looking at Yahoo News or Facebook or anything like that, is that time really spent wisely? And with that time being spent wisely, make sure you know what time works best for you. That is important. When you're able to focus throughout the day is a very important key to planning your time. So if you're not a morning person, you probably want to avoid putting your study time at 8 a.m. because you're most likely not going to get it done. If you are not a night person, you probably don't want to put your study time at night. You want to avoid doing that as well. That goes for the midday. So you want to put your study time, your class time, your work time in a time that works best for you. For example, me, I know I get things done better or late morning, early afternoon. So that's when I try to get the bulk of my work done and then, go about my business for the rest of the day and incorporate other things. I am not a morning person. I like to think I am. I'm very smiley. I'm very like, but don't ask me to do a task in the morning at like 8 a.m. I probably won't get to it until about 11. So that's important to know when you work best and what time of day that is. Some students work best at night. They're night owls. So they like to start studying at 11 o'clock. And thankfully, times have progressed and, there's, apps that can help you with tutoring if you need help. So make sure you're looking into those different things and understanding when works best for you. And that's trial and error. So you may say, okay, I'm a morning person. Let me start studying in the morning. After a week, you're like, okay, this isn't working for me. Go ahead and adjust your time. Go ahead and change that and just figure out what works for you. Like I said, this is not a la carte. This is not, what works for everyone. It's not a one size fits all. So make sure you are realizing what works best for you. I'm going to give you like a personal example for planning and self-care. Me and a lot of my friends, the rest of my senior year, would get together and we would have study parties, what we'd like to call study parties. And what we would do is everyone would bring snacks to the library. Usually it would either be in the evenings or on the weekends. And we'd bring a whole bunch of stacks and put it in the middle of the table. We'd spread out so we had like enough room for all of our stuff and our things. And we would set a timetable. So I'm like, okay, the library is open on Saturdays from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. So what are we going to do? So we're like, okay, every hour we're going to focus. So what we would do is we would get down and we would say, okay, from 1:15 to 2:15, I'm going to set a timer and we're just going to work on our work. That's all we're going to do. We're going to put on our headphones if we need headphones. We're going to, grab some snacks if we need snacks. Whatever we do to work best, that's what we're going to set up. So we would go in and set a timer, and then we would be focused for that hour. And we would write our papers, read the textbook if we needed to read, do our homework. We would do all those things in that hour. And once that alarm went off, we knew that was our time to relax. And so we would take a break and we would do fun things. We would either talk, we would either share music back and forth. We would, get up and take a walk around the library. One of the things that we used to love to do, we had mainly the third floor of the library to ourselves. For the most times it was really a hub for trio students, and so a lot of times no other students went up there. It was just us, and we would take advantage of that, and we used to play hide and go seek in the dark for about 15 minutes, and we would come back and laugh and be rejuvenated, and we would take another hour and we would go ahead and work on our assignment and then do something else for a break after that. So that's important. And I know when you're studying with friends, sometimes it can turn into a party. And so if you know that that happens when you're studying with friends, Plan to study more after that. Plan to do your homework more after that, or the next day, somewhere around, so that you actually get it done. So if you know that's a thing, plan for it. But plan to take breaks, plan to have fun, because that is an important part. You can have fun and still get your work done at the same time. There are tons of organizational tools that will help you plan for your days, your weeks, months, years. There are all sorts of things out there for you. And like I said earlier, one size does not fit all. When I was in elementary school, a very long time ago, we used to get agendas that every year we would get an agenda, and we were expected to write in the agenda. We were expected to make to-do lists. We were expected to, check off things and put due dates in. And students would, or we would bring our agendas up to our teachers, and they would actually check that we were writing things down, and it was some sort of a grade in some classes. And I flourished at it. Like I said, you guys saw the picture of my agenda at the beginning of the slideshow, and I loved that. But I saw some of my friends struggled with it. They didn't understand the purpose, and so um, you need to know what works best for you. So there are planners, and there are different kind of planners. I like a particular planner where it's has more space for me to write. I don't want a bullet list. I want to create my own. I just want to be able to write. But there are ones that have bullet lists. There are ones that have smaller sections for you to write in. There are ones that are strictly monthly basis. There are ones that are strictly weekly basis. There are ones that are yearly, where you can see a big plan of your map. So make sure you figure out what works best for you and what type of planner is good for you as well too. There are also digital calendars, and those are just like your Google. Yahoo has a calendar, your Outlook calendar, even the platform you guys use is to manage your classes. So like D2L, Blackboard, Moodle, Canvas, they all have calendar apps um, built into their systems that you can help do deadlines and organize your times. And a lot of those you can also add other times in as well too. So they'll most of it, I know Canvas for sure will have a calendar, and it'll already have your due dates, and you can color code it by what class it is and what homework is due, when there's a test. And you can actually go in and add, okay, this is the time I work, this is the time I'm in this other class, this is the time I'm spending with family and friends. And if you get those different apps on your phone as well too, I know it will remind you. A lot of times, if you have a Google and it's connected to your phone, you may get a notification if you have those turned on, and you may get a notification on your computer if you're looking at it. The big thing about digital calendars and planners are you actually have to look at them for them to work. You can't just write down the information, put everything down, and expect for it to do the work on its own. You have to make sure you're going back and you're looking and you're assessing and you're rearranging things, but you have to make sure you're going back and checking those things. If that's not something that you want to do, then don't use those platforms, because it's probably not going to work for you. Use something different. Use your smartphone. I had a student that came in one time and she's like, I don't like to write. I don't like to write everything down. I don't like checklists. I don't want to do any of that. I tried your calendar method for the week. I didn't like that either. I didn't go back and look at it. And so I was like, oh, okay, well, what do you have with you most of the time? She's like, well, I always have my phone. I said, okay, well, let's go through and let's set up something that will be helpful on your phone. So, there are reminders that you have on your phone, and they will send you a notification. And so we tried using reminders for her for a while. And that didn't work. She was able to easily snooze them and forget about it for a few hours or even a day. And then she was procrastinating at the last minute. So that didn't work for her. So we went back and we re-looked at things, and we said, okay, what about an alarm clock? So we added things from her calendar that she thought were important in her study time. We added those to her phone alarm system, and they went off, and she was able to snooze them a couple times when she needed to, but they kept going off and they kept ringing. So she was able to go back through, and she was able to get her work done and schedule her time correctly with that. So it really depends on who you are and what you do and what you have around you. So, looking back at it, making sure everything is correct is a very key thing. There are also these have become very popular within the past couple of years. They're called bullet journals, and you can get them pretty much anywhere. Some of them are, graph paper or plain paper or lined paper, and these I like to consider for the creative types. So you get to create your own schedule. Each week can look different. You can do, circles and check mark everything off. You could do like something like on this slide, the picture, make different hearts and columns and write things out. I say that they're very for creative people because it just gives you the ability to put everything down and add, just make it customized to yourself. To me, that's something that does not work for me. I cannot do the bullet journal. It kind of makes me anxious about, okay, I have to put all this stuff down, but also have to make it look cute. I would just rather something cute already come prepackaged for me. So, but those bullet journals are really good, and I've seen them work for a lot of students. There are also, you have to figure out if you want to do a weekly or a monthly schedule as well too, or a daily schedule. When you're scheduling out your time, especially when it comes to classes and work, you may know what your shifts are like for the whole year. You may not know what your shift looks like, from the next day. You may be on a weekly schedule. So you're going to need to go through and update those and make sure that those reflect accurately what your shifts are. And then you never know what might pop up. One week you may have no test, no papers, no anything due. You may just have to read. Next week, you may have 5 tests. You may have, one paper due or something like that. So you're going to have to be able to look week to week or monthly to monthly and figure out what works best for you and what you like to see. There are also different apps that you can download. There's the Remind Me app. There are different calendar apps. All you have to do is go toward your app stores and just put in calendars, organizers, planners, and there's a bunch of different ones that pop up. A lot of them are free. There are some that you have to pay for as well too, but if that works best for you, you have to figure that out. And there are a bunch of different options. Another thing that you can also do is combine these different tools. Um, you can use your cell phone. You can still use a calendar, a paper calendar. You can add those reminders of things that you really don't want to miss and things that are really time sensitive. If you know you have a job interview next week, you may want to write that down in your planner. And you may also want to use your calendar on your phone so that you get an alert saying, okay, hey, it takes me 30 minutes to drive to this interview. I need to get there now. So there's going to be a combination of tools. And also remember that using these different tools is an evolution as well too. You're not just stuck with one thing. You can use multiple different ones, and they may evolve with you. So, for example, I started off with a paper planner. I love those paper planners, but as I got into, working full time, I realized, okay, I'm not looking at this planner anymore. It's not helpful for me. I don't really need this. This is not working. So I had to reevaluate, and I started using my Outlook calendar, which helped me a lot. But it didn't help me a lot because I wasn't on campus. Like I wasn't in my office a lot. I worked in residence life when I started using Outlook, and a lot of my time spent being where students are, being on campus, being different places. And I didn't know when meetings were coming up because I wasn't in front of my computer. I didn't have access to it. And so one of the things that I did was I downloaded my email and I downloaded my calendar to my phone. So that way I could look at my phone and say, okay, I've got a meeting 10 minutes in this building. And then, 2 hours later, I have a meeting with the students in the cafeteria or anything like that. So I combined those two different things and I've shied away from paper altogether now. And I'm completely digital, which is crazy to say because I'm so much pen and paper. But I love it. So you have to realize that different circumstances, different events, you'll be able to change, what kind of organizational tools that you use. All right, so I know I went over a lot of information just now, probably really fast. Is there any questions that you guys have or anything that I can go back over or that you didn't understand?
Desiree, it looks like one of the questions that we had was, will the students have access to your slides? Because it seems like you have such amazing information that they would like to have access to your slides.
Yes, I can definitely send these off, and so they can be available to everyone so they can have access to the slides. Yes.
Okay. So for the students that are participating, those can be uploaded onto the website, and then you'll have access to those on the website. So does anybody else have any questions? We've had really great comments the entire time that you've been going through this presentation. Students were commenting on each slide, and we appreciate all that you've done. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise because working with you, I know that you're one of the most organized people that I know, and I value that so much because you just have such great knowledge and about organizing and just sharing that. And I know that that's always very helpful to the students.
Thank you.
It says, do you work while going to school?
I actually did. I don't go to school now, but when I started this job back in August 2017, the first day I started this job was the first day I started my master's program. So I was able to complete an 18-month master's program and work here full time.
Someone said so many great ideas and information. They did not even think about prioritizing their schedule. Now they're starting to go through really fast. So hold on, I'm going to read them. Says, how was that for your planning? I think they're referring back to you being in school and working at the same time.
That was very difficult for me in planning, but I was able to do it. I had a bunch of stuff that happened, in my personal life at that time too. I had just gotten married the month before. So imagine me, telling my new husband, hey, I'm quitting my job, starting a new job, and I want to go to school and take a full load. And so there was a lot of sacrifices that I had to make, times with friends, times with family, but I made sure I got it done. The program that I went through made it very easy. I only had class one night a week, and I took classes every 6 weeks. So I only was able to focus on one class for 6 weeks, and then I went on to the next class and then focused on that class as well. So that made it a lot easier. The good thing is I was able to showcase to students what studying and what doing your homework looks like. So I would make time and sit down with students, and we would do our homework together. While I was working, I'd help them with their homework, and they'd help me with mine. And so I just really had to set a really good schedule. A lot of my homework was done on the weekends. Saturdays was a really good day, and sometimes I didn't have a lot of homework. Sometimes I was able, to open up and free, but it was something that I had to make sacrifices for because it was important for me. But it all worked out. I finished on time, and yeah, it was great.
So a question was asked by Jasmine. It says, "What do you think I should do to schedule my time?" And I'm just going to answer that. Jasmine, I would suggest that you talk to your SSS advisor, and they can help you schedule your time. Desiree, do you have something to kind of give Jasmine a suggestion about what she should do to schedule her time?
Mhm. So kind of what I said in the presentation, um, write down a list. Print yourself out a calendar first. Make it for the whole week. Write down when you sleep. Write down when you go to school. Write down when you're studying. Write down when you're working. Write down when if you have children that you're spending time with your children. Put down all that information. And then once you're able to put down everything that you feel is important to you, you'll see the gaps that you have in time, and then you'll be able to add more stuff, or you'll be able to rearrange some things as well too. But like Deborah said, like it's really important to actually sit down and talk with someone about this, because a lot of time talking and having that interaction will help you see, okay, this isn't important to me, oh, but this really is important to me. So sit down with your program and someone in your program to schedule that time out for yourself.
Okay, Ronnie asked, when something unexpected comes up and the pile of responsibilities are overwhelming, how do you handle it?
That's when that's when you have to sit down and you have to prioritize and figure out what needs to be done first. Um, there's always going to be responsibilities. There's always going to be things and changes that come up, but you have to sit down and say, okay, this, like say for instance, okay, a teacher throws a pop quiz. Well, not technically a pop quiz, but let's do something like a paper, 5-page paper, and you were not planning on that, and it's due within the same week. But you also have another 10-page paper that was due, that teacher assigned to you 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, and then you also have your kids at home are sick, or you've got other things. You have to remember that it's okay to ask for help, that you have to reach out to your resources. You have to say, I don't know how I'm going to get this all done. Email your professor sometimes, and let them know what's going on. But reach out and get help for what you can't do, or what you need extra time on, or what you need help with. Reach out to people. They'll be able to help you. And sometimes your teacher may say, sorry, you get the same amount of time as everyone else. That's when you need to go back there and say, okay, can I take some time off from work? Do I have to work this day? Can I switch a shift with someone else? Do I have to, work on my car today? Or do I have, you have to rearrange those priorities to get done what you need to get done. I know it's easier said than done, but it is doable.
So Desiree, the next question is from Tima. Tima asked, when you're planning to procrastinate, how much hours do you plan for? When does it become too much time spent procrastinating?
That is honestly a question you have to answer for yourself. Um, when the difference between procrastinating and planning to procrastinating is, you're not really procrastinating, you're just putting it off for a little bit. You're not doing it at the last minute. You're not procrastinating to where it's almost going to be a hindrance to you. Some students flourish in that environment. They love to, they can sit down the day before a paper is due and write it and submit it and get good grades. Um, that doesn't happen to every single person. So that in terms, you have to know you have to know yourself, you have to know what you're good at, you have to know what is best for you. And so for me, it was always, I needed to have everything done 2 weeks before the due date. That was my procrastination limit. I didn't ever want to pull an all-nighter because I like my sleep. But I wanted to make sure I got everything done. And so I would make sure, it was done 2 weeks before. I may not have started it until the week before that I wanted that due date to be. But that's just what works best for me. If you're finding yourself getting stressed out, getting anxious, getting just to the point where it's a health hazard to yourself, that's when it's time to stop the procrastination. That's when it's time to make a plan, to jot things down. And you may want to get help from other people. You may want to do some accountability partners. You may have someone else in your class that, hey, let's work on this together but separately, so that we can hold each other accountable and get these things done on time. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, that was perfect. Thank you so much, Desiree, for sharing your expertise. And does anybody else have any more questions? All right, it looks like we're coming to the end of this presentation, Desiree. That was an amazing presentation, and we appreciate you sharing all of your knowledge with us. Thank you, Trio. Thank you, Trio participants, for attending. I hope you found the information useful. Don't forget to complete your evaluations. These will be used to select stipend winners. Don't forget, everybody, you want the opportunity to win some money. Evaluations can be found on the website, and there will be a QR code that is shown after this presentation ends. Please plan to join us for our next session, Making Complex Change with Dr. Tim Boatman at 1 p.m. And right now, we will break for a 1-hour lunch. Thank you guys all for being here.
Beneath my toes, the beach gives a feeling, an earthly feeling. I believe in the faith that grows, and the full I go can make me cry. When I'm with you, I feel like I could die, and that would be alright, alright. And when the plane came in, she said she was crossing the velvet ribbons in the sea, we tripped on the earth to feel alive. And now I'm struggling to survive those days you were wearing that velvet dress. You're the priestess, I must confess. Those little red panties, they passed the test. So I tuck around the belly, face down on the mattress. One, and you hold me, and we are broken. Still it's all that I wanna do, just to live and I'll feel myself heavy off the ground. I'm scared, I'm not coming down. No, no, and I won't run from my life. She's got the toss now locked down in a smile, but nothing is alright, alright. I want something else to get me through this life, baby. I want something else. Not listening when you say playing games with my heart, with my heart, my heart. I should have known from the start. From my heart, my heart, my heart. I live my life the way to keep you coming back to me. Everything I do is for you. So what is it that you can't see? Sometimes I wish I could turn back time. Impossible as it may seem, but I wish I could so bad. Baby, you better quit playing games with my heart, with my heart, my heart. I should have known from the start. From my heart, my heart. Quit playing games, baby, baby. The love that we had was so strong. Don't leave me hanging here forever. Oh, baby, baby, this is not right. Let's stop this tonight, baby. Quit playing games. Na 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 na, baby. Na 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 na. Sometimes I wish I could turn back time. Impossible as it may seem, but I wish I could so bad, baby. Quit playing games with my heart, with my heart, my heart. I should have known from the start. From my heart, my heart. Quit playing games with my heart. Quit playing games with my heart, my heart, my heart.
S Club.
Get down tonight, come on, yeah, get down tonight, everybody get down tonight, come on.
Finally Friday night, feeling kinda good, looking alright. Gotta get moving, can't be late. Gotta get grooving, just can't wait. Hey! Get the feeling, push the ceiling. kiss me out of the bearded barley nightly, beside the green, green grass. Swing, swing, swing the spinning step. You wear those shoes and I will wear that dress. Oh, kiss me beneath the milky twilight. Lead me out on the moonlit floor. Lift your open head, strike up the band and make the fireflies dance. Silver moon sparkling, so kiss me. Kiss me down by the broken tree house. Swing me up on its hanging time. Bring your flowered hat. We'll take the trail marked on your father's map. Oh, kiss me beneath the milky twilight. Lead me out on the moonlit floor. Lift your open head, strike up the band and make the fireflies dance. Silver moon sparkling, so kiss me. Kiss me beneath the milky twilight. Lead me out on the moonlit floor. Lift your open head, strike up the band and make the fireflies dance. Silver moon sparkling, so kiss me. So kiss me. So kiss me.
strong. I got somewhere else to be, promises to keep, with someone else who loves me and trusted me fast asleep. I made up my mind, there is no turning back. She's been good to me, and she deserves better than that. It's the hardest thing I'll ever have to do, to look you in the eye and tell you I don't love you. It's the hardest thing I'll ever have to lie, to show no emotion when you start to cry. I can't let you see what you mean to me when my hands are tied and my heart's not free. We're not meant to be. It's the hardest thing I'll ever have to do, to turn around and walk away, pretending I don't love you. We'll meet again. Fate is a place and time, so you can get on with your life. I've got to be cruel to be kind, like Dr. Zhivago. All my love I'll be sending, and you will never know, 'cause there can be no happy ending. And tell you I don't love you. It's the hardest thing I'll ever have to lie, to show no emotion when you start to cry. I can't let you see
Everybody, rock your body right. Back streets back, alright. Hey, now, oh my God, we're back again. Brothers, sisters, everybody sing. Gonna bring the flame, I'll show you how. Got a question for you, better answer now. Yeah. Am I original? Yeah. Am I the only one? Yeah. Am I sexual? Yeah. Am I everything you need? You better rock your body now. Everybody, yeah. Rock your body.
The boy is mine, the boy is mine, the boy is mine, the boy is mine, the boy is mine.
Excuse me, can I please talk to you for a minute? Sure, you look kind of familiar. Yeah, you do too. But I just wanted to know, do you know somebody named... You know his name. Oh yeah, definitely. I know his name. But I just want to let you know that he's mine. No, he's mine.
Straight, sitting so face to face.
chose you, and I'm the one that brought him to the special places in my heart. He was my love, it's mine. You need to be don't love. Had about enough. It's not hard to say. It's mine. Oh, I'm sorry that you seem to be confused. He belongs to me. No, no, you need to give it up. About enough. It's not hard to see. The boy is mine. Seems to be confused. He belongs to me. The boy is mine. Not yours, but mine. Not yours, but mine. Not yours, but I'm sorry that you seem to be confused. He belongs to me. The boy is mine.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me, cocked your head to the side and said I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me, saying get that together, come back and see me. 3 days since the living room, I realized it's all my fault but couldn't tell you. Yesterday you'd forgiven me, but it'll still be 2 days till I say I'm sorry.
Hold it, now I want to hoodwink. Does it make you stop think? You'll think you're looking at Aquaman. I summon fish to the dish, although I like the chalet Swiss, I like the sushi, cause it's never touch a frying pan. Hot like wasabi when I bust rhymes, speak like Leanne rhymes, because I'm all about value. Bert Camper's got the mad hits, you try to match wits, you try to hold me but I bust through. Can I make a break and take a bake out like a sink and can shake out like vanilla? It's the finest of the flavors. Gotta see the show cause then you'll know the vertigo is gonna go, cause it's so dangerous you'll have to sign a waiver. Can't I help it if I think you're funny when you're mad? Trying hard not to smile though I feel bad. I'm the kind of guy who laughs at a funeral. Can't understand what I mean, well you soon will. I have a tendency to wear my mind on my sleeve. I have a history of taking off my shirt. It's been 1 week since you looked at me, threw your arms in the air and said you're crazy. 5 days since you tackled me, I still got the red burns on both my knees. It's been 3 days since the afternoon, you realize it's not my fault, but a moment too soon. Yesterday you'd forgiven me, and now I'll sit back and wait till you say you're sorry. China, the Chinese chicken. You have a drumstick and your brain stops sticking. Watching X-Files with no lights on, with all our maisons. I hope the smoking man's in this one like Harrison Ford. I'm getting frantic, like Sting 'em Tantric, like Snickers guaranteed to satisfy. Like Kurosawa, I make mad films. Okay, I don't make films, but if I did, they'd have a samurai. Gonna get a set of better clubs, gonna find the kind with tiny dumpsters on my irons and always flying off the backswing. Gonna get into my Sailor Moon, cause that cartoonist got the boom anime babes that make me think the wrong thing. How can I help it if I think you're funny when you're mad? Trying hard not to smile, though I feel bad. I'm the kind of guy who laughs at a funeral. Can't understand what I mean, you soon will. I have a tendency to wear my mind on my sleeve. I have a history of losing my shirt. It's been 1 week since you looked at me, dropped your arms to the sides and said I'm sorry. 5 days since I laughed at you and said you just did just what I thought you were gonna do. 3 days since the living room, we realized we're both to blame, but what could we do? Yesterday, you just smiled at me, cause it'll still be 2 days till we say we're sorry. It'll still be 2 days till we say we're sorry. It'll still be 2 days till we say we're sorry. Watch my stadium home of the Robbie.
yesterday, but too many storms have come and gone, leaving a trace of not one God-given ray. Is it because my life is 10 shades of gray? I pray all sin fade away, seldom praise him for the sunny days. And like his promise is true, only my faith can undo the many chances I blew to bring my life to a new, clear blue and unconditional skies have dried the tears from my eyes, no more lonely cries. My only bleeding hope is for the folk who can't cope with such an enduring pain that it keeps them in the pouring rain. Who's to blame for taking gain into your own vein? What a shame you shoot and aim for someone else's brain. You claim the insane and aim to stay in time for falling prey to crime. I say the system got you victim to your own mind. Dreams are hopeless aspirations and hopes are coming true. Believe in yourself, the rest is up to me and you.
Go chasing waterfalls. Please stick to the rivers and the lakes that you used to. I know that you're gonna have it your way or nothing at all, but I think you're moving too fast. You're moving too fast. Go chasing waterfalls. Please stick to the rivers and the lakes that you used to.
what you're doing to me. This MTV is not for free. It's OPC is killing me. So desperately I'll sing to the other love. Sure, but I'm so raging, hating, pain, and fear itself. And I can't keep these feelings on the shelf. I've tried, well, no doubt I lied. Could be financial suicide, but I got too much pride inside to hide or slide. I'll do as I'll decide and let it ride until I die. And only then shall I abide this lie to catch little tunes of 50-minute ditties. I wanna bust all your balloons. I wanna burn all of your cities to the ground. I found I will not mess around unless I play. Then hey, I will go on all day. Hear what I say, I have a prayer to pray. That's really all this was. When I'm feeling stuck in the buck, I don't rely on luck because I'm real I ain't telling you no
jealousy. Hate jealousy. Hate jealousy. You can trust me not to think and not to sleep around. And if you don't expect too much from me, you might not be let down. 'Cause all I really want's to be with you, feeling like I matter too. If I hadn't blown the whole thing years ago, I might be here with you. Tomorrow we could drive around this town and let the cops chase us around. Past is gone, something might be found to take its place. Hey, jealousy. Tomorrow we could drive around this town and let the cops chase us around. Past is gone, something might be found to take its place. Hey, jealousy. Hey, jealousy. Hey, jealousy. Hey, jealousy. Well, tell me, do you think it'd be alright if I could just crash here tonight? You'd see I'm no shape for driving. And anyway, I've got no place to go. And you know it might not be that bad. You were the best I'd ever had. If I hadn't blown the whole thing years ago, I may not be alone. Tomorrow we could drive around this town and let the cops chase us around. Past is gone, but something might be found to take its place. Hey, jealousy. Hey, jealousy. Yes, it took my heart. Well, there's only one thing I couldn't start.
That's great, it starts with an earthquake, birds and snakes, an airplane, and Lenny Bruce is not afraid. I have a hurricane, listen to yourself, churn, world serves its own needs, dummy serve your own needs, beat it up an ox, speak, grunt, no strength, the ladder starts to clatter with fear, bite down, high wire, and a fire represented 7 games in a government for hire and a combat site. Left to us are coming in a hurry with the furies breathing down your neck. Team by team reporters babble Trump, tethered crop, look at that, no plane, fine, then, overflow, population common food, but it'll do, save yourself, serve yourself, world serves its own needs, listen to your heartbeat, dummy with the rapture and the reverend and the right, you patriotic, slam, fight, bright, light, feeling, pretty sight. It's the end of the world as we know it, it's the end of the world as we know it, it's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine. 6 o'clock TV hour, don't get caught in foreign tower, slash and burn, return, listen to yourself churn, lock it in, uniform and book, burning blood, letting every motive escalate, automotive incinerate, light a candle, light a motor, step down, watching heel crush, this means no fear, cavalier, renegade, steer clear, tournament of lies, offer me solutions, offer me alternatives, and I decline. It's the end of the world as we know it, it's the end of the world as we know it, it's the end of the world as we know it, I feel fine. drifted by Mountain Sid in a line. Leonard Bernstein, Leonard Brezhnev, Lenny Bruce and Lester Banks, birthday party, cheesecake, jelly bean, boom, you symbiotic, patriotic, slam button nap. Right, right. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. I feel fine. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. And I feel fine. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. And I feel fine. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. And I feel fine.
She's a good girl, loves her mama, loves Jesus, in America too. She's a good girl, is crazy about Elvis, loves horses, and her boyfriend too. And it's a long day living in Reseda. There's a freeway running through the yard, and I'm a bad boy, 'cause I don't even miss her. I'm a bad boy for breaking her heart. And I'm free, free falling. Yeah, I'm free, free falling. And all the vampires walking through the valley move west down Ventura Boulevard, and all the bad boys are standing in the shadows, and the good girls are home with broken hearts. And I'm free, I'm free falling. Yeah, I'm free, free falling. Free falling.
It's the perfect time of year. Somewhere far away from here. I feel fine enough, I guess. Considering everything's a mess. There's a restaurant down the street where hungry people like to eat. I could walk, but I'll just drive. It's colder than it looks outside. It's like a dream you try to remember, but it's gone. Then you try to scream, but it only comes out as a yawn when you try to see the one beyond your front door. Take your time, the way I'm gonna make you smile when you realize that a guy by side might take a while just to try to figure out what all this is for. It's the perfect time of day to throw all your cares away. Put the sprinkler on the lawn and run through with my gym shorts on. Take a drink right from the hose and change into some drier clothes. Climb the stairs up to my room. Sleep away the afternoon. It's like a dream you try to remember, but it's gone. Then you try to scream, but it only comes out as a yawn when you try to see the world beyond your front door. Take your time, the way I'm gonna make you smile when you realize that a guy by side might take a while just to try to figure out what all this is for. Pinch me, 'cause I'm still asleep. Please, God, tell me that I'm still asleep. On an evening such as this, it's hard to tell if I exist. If I pack the car and leave this town, who'll notice that I'm not around? I could hide out under there. I just made you say underwear. I could leave, but I'll just stay. All my stuff's here anyway. Like a dream you try to remember, but it's gone. Then you try to scream, but it only comes out as a yawn when you try to see the world beyond your front door. Take your time, so way how I'm gonna make you smile when you realize that a guy by side might take a while just to try to figure out what all this is for. Try to figure out what all this is for. Try to see the world beyond your front door. Try to figure out what all this is for.
changes a thing. The week ends, the being small, laying under that table and dreaming. Take these chances, place them in the box until they quiet the time. Lights down, you up and exchange, no time to exchange when all the little lamps are marching, red and black and waving. They all do it the same. They all do it the same way. Candyman attempting the thoughts about sweet tooth tortured by weight loss. Program cups in the corners of loose end, cat on the fence, could not to offend. Cat, take these chances, place them in the box until they quiet the time. Lights down, you up and
baby, bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye. Don't wanna be a fool for you. another player in your game for two. You may hate me, but it ain't no lie. Baby, bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye. Don't really wanna make it tough. I just wanna tell you that I had enough. Might sound crazy, but it ain't no lie. Baby, bye, bye, bye. I'm giving up, I know for sure. I don't wanna be the reason for your love no more. Bye, bye. I'm checking out, I'm signing off. I don't wanna be the loser and I've had enough. I don't wanna be your fool in this game for two. So I'm leaving you behind. Bye, bye, bye. Make it tough. Make it tough. Had enough. And it ain't no lie. Bye, bye. Don't wanna be a fool for you. Just another player in your game for two. I don't wanna be your fool, but it ain't no lie. Baby, bye, bye, bye. Don't really wanna make it tough. I just wanna tell you that I had enough. Might sound crazy, but it ain't no lie. Bye, bye, bye.
Have you ever been close to tragedy or been close to folks who have? Have you ever felt the pain so powerful, so heavy you collapse? No. Well, I never had to knock on wood, but I know someone who has, which makes me wonder if I could. It makes me wonder if I never had to knock on wood, and I'm glad I haven't yet, because I'm sure it isn't good. That's the impression that I get. Have you ever had the odds stand up so high you need a strength most don't possess? Or has it ever come down to do or die? You got to rise above the rest. I never had to knock on wood, but I know someone who has, which makes me wonder if I could. It makes me wonder if I never had to knock on wood, and I'm glad I haven't yet, because I'm sure it isn't good. That's the impression that I get. I'm not a coward, I've just never been tested. I'd like to think that if I was, I would pass. Look at the tested and think there before the grace go on. Might be a coward, I'm afraid of what I might find out. Never had to.
Welcome back, everyone, to our afternoon sessions for our last week of the our leadership conference, where we hope that you got fed and you're doing well. You got your belly full, and you're ready to hear the last little bits of good information that we have for you. I will tell you that we have the evaluations. I know we keep harping on that, but the evaluations are really important for us to determine that you are present, and because we're streaming both to the YouTube feed and on Zoom, we need you to complete those evaluation forms in order to be counted as present. And also it helps qualify you for those stipends that we're giving out each week. Our first person back after lunch is a very dear person to me. He is our vice president of enrollment here at Southeastern, Dr. Tim Boatman. He has been on this campus in various roles for many, many years. And what I'm going to do is now turn it over to him. And if you have any questions, be sure to put those questions in your chat.
Great. Thank you, Darla. I have a kind of a couple of different questions. One, with the PowerPoints, is it a screen share, or they just are people seeing it actually? How are we doing how do we do the PowerPoints? I'm sorry.
There's a button at the bottom of your screen, your Zoom screen, that says share screen.
Okay.
And when you click on that, you can select your PowerPoint.
So I can do this. I can do the screen share.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, perfect. Well, then, if that's the case, let me do this. I'll slideshow from the beginning. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry here. I should have stuck with what that right there. Okay, we'll do the screen share from there.
We can see it.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, so first of all, thank you so much for letting me be here and letting me talk with y'all this afternoon. I'm fully aware that this is the Friday before spring break for most of us, and so I might be the only thing between you and a week off. So I'll try to make this as informative, and I know a lot of times with Zoom it feels a little more stilted and a little harder to ask questions, but just do whatever you need to do to interrupt me and to ask questions, and we'll go from there. So I've done this presentation kind of numerous times for graduate classes. I teach this concept in some of my graduate classes, but I'll also I've worked with our President's Leadership class, TRIO programs, most recently at Campus TRIO programs and Student Affairs Division, talking about managing complex change, managing change, and even the title is a little kind of a misnomer. I mean, I think all change is complex. There is no such thing as managing easy change. Change is hard, and we know that. We know as human beings, we are wired for homeostasis. We're wired to remain calm. We want for things to remain the same, and just on a cellular level, we want things to remain the same. And so change is hard for us, and it's hard for groups, it's hard for individuals. And so I think just having conversations about change is good. And really what I'm going to be talking about today is when you're leading groups, when you're working in groups, when and how do you help affect change within your group. And so we'll take a look at that. And again, at any point, just stop and try to interrupt me. If you send something through the chat feature and say, okay, stop, I've got a question. And if I tell you, Darla or Liz, if someone says, hey, stop, I got a question, and I don't see it, please feel free, interrupt me, and we'll go from there.
I will do.
Okay. So if we look at, let me see how to navigate this. So change, and we really think of, and then in this model, change requires, or effective change requires 5 components, and we'll sort of break that down and play with those a little bit. But effective change involves vision, a vision for what needs to change, or where are we heading, what are we doing, what's the next step, why do we need to change? So a vision. It involves skills, and we'll talk more about that. But there has to be not only the vision, but then do I know how to do it? Incentives, and then resources and action plan. And a lot of times what happens is when we work with groups, we, or even within ourselves, we begin to experience different emotions, or the group begins to have different behaviors. And so what I like to do, what I like so much about this model is that it says, hey, what is your group, or what are you experiencing? And that gives you some insight into what possibly could be missing, and what needs to be there. And so if everything is present, right, but no vision has been provided, a lot of times what you experience is confusion. People are telling me what to do, they're telling me where to go, and they're saying, here's the tool to do it, but I don't know why I'm doing this. Or there hasn't been a clear, are we all heading in this direction? And then so people get confused, confusion, and so it's one of the things that winds up happening, especially when I think about TRIO programs and why TRIO programs have been so effective and continue to be so effective, is because they have a clear vision. What are we supposed to be doing? And then I think one of the things I think about with student groups a lot of times, why sometimes they struggle, or is because their actual goal is sometimes might be so we can all get together and visit, but they almost sometimes it feels like, well, that's not really enough. We need to have a purpose. We need to have a purpose, well, which is great, and then that makes everything even better. But if you're not clear with that purpose, then there becomes confusion. So, what are we doing? So if you're working with groups, or if you're working with a project, and there kind of becomes sort of confusion, one of the things sometimes we do is we take a step back and go, okay, what's our vision? And again, with TRIO programs, I think why they're so successful is they have a very clear, defined vision. And when programs struggle, or when different, a lot of times when programs or different people or groups struggle, one of the things that we have to look at is there confusion around a clear vision? So if the vision is there, what if everything is present, but the individuals are not given the skills? That's where you see anxiety. And we've all experienced this as employees. If you think about, if you're an employee at a new job, or if you're going into your first really hard class in the major, or you're just into a class that you're not familiar with, you feel anxiety, or groups feel anxiety. And part of what you're saying is, I'm feeling anxious because I don't have the skills to do what needs to be done. So I know that, I know that all the TRIO directors have experienced this, and some of you experienced it just recently. I know the vision of TRIO, and I know, that we're incentivized to do it. And, and I'm asking for the resources, and we're going to have a good action plan. The anxiety comes from, do I really know how to write this grant? The anxiety comes from, do I have the skills to put onto paper the wonderful things that we're doing? And do I have that? And so that anxiety comes from skills, a skill issue. So a lot of times, a group will have, kind of a clear vision of where they need to be going, but if it's like, oh, but yeah, I don't know how to get there. I mean, I know how to get there, but I just don't know if I have the ability, if I have the skills. I always think about, a lot of times with groups, when they're trying to impact change, it's like they're new drivers. They have the vision, but they just feel like they don't have the experience to get there and the skills that they need, and that causes anxiety. So if you have a group, that you're working with a group, and there is a lot of anxiety, a lot of times what we're talking about is a skills issue. A lot of times, because we know, y'all all know, in working with kids with test anxiety, part of one of the things that reduces their test anxiety is skills, right? And if we give you more skills and more tools, the less anxiety that you have. So if we have visions and skills, one of the things then that we struggle with are, if there's incentives, then there could be lack of incentives, is gradual change or resistance to change. And that's really common in higher education. Higher education, we think about things a lot of times. It's just as employees, we'll think about things in terms of financial incentives. In higher education, really, we have to find other incentives. We find incentives as serving students better. But a lot of times, if you're working with a group and they can't see the incentive, or if you're even with yourself, or or you're working with a group, you're working with employees, they can't really see the incentive of what you're doing, there's gradual change or resistance. One of my favorite sayings of all time is, people won't change until remaining the same is more uncomfortable than changing. And so that's why a lot of times that incentive, sometimes it's the incentive is because we can't remain the same because this is too uncomfortable. I'd rather be uncomfortable going through the change process. But if you have the vision that something needs to change and the skills, and if there's no incentive for change, then you're going to meet a slow change or resistance, because until you can begin to talk about the incentives of why are we having to go through this process. So what if people don't have the stuff they need? A lot of times you'll see frustration. I have the vision, I have the skills, I have the incentives, but what I don't have are the resources to get done. And boy, a lot of times the frustration that we experience in our lives are around that. It's like, God, if I just had 2 more counselors, because I have a vision and we have the skills, and I know that these incentives, my incentive is, man, it's really going to help, and I know it is, but yet I'm short on resources, and that leads to frustration. When you're working with groups, a lot of times, we wind up being, when you're going through the change process, and then we find these barriers around resources, and that's where we have to get real creative. We try to get real creative with our resources, because it spurs out of frustration. And so I always think about a war movie where people know they're supposed to charge up the hill, and they've been trained, they've had boot camp, and the incentives obviously are there. It's kind of life and death incentives, or but then they've run out of ammunition, and so how frustrated they are if they just had enough, or if they just had what they needed to accomplish the mission. And so without that frustration, without the resources, can be high, and to the point that it stops change from occurring. And so that's where people the most successful among us and among people are those who say, yeah, we don't have this type of resources. A lot of times we put it in the context of monetary. So what do I do? How do I find other resources? How can I be more creative? How do we do this without any money? How do we do this on a shoestring? How do we figure these things out? Or how do we expand our vision of what are resources? We'll talk about that a little bit. I'll explain that a little bit too. But a lot of times that's where that frustration comes from. We have vision, skills, and incentives, but if we don't have the resources, you'll begin to experience frustration. And one of the things, so we have vision and skills and incentives and resources, and sometimes what happens though is we have false starts. So if we don't have an action plan, we wind up starting, but it doesn't work. And then we try again, but it didn't work for whatever reason. And so we have all these false starts. One of the things that Vice President McCraw and I were talking about the other day is sometimes we have to be careful that we don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, right? And so our action plans, if we start with a very clear action plan, that maybe even our goal isn't to be perfect at the beginning. Our goal is to have this success and this success and this success. But we have to have kind of those action plans that are measurable, short term, that we can have some immediate success. One of the things, I was on a group that we were trying to create a trail system in Durant. And so one of the things that we had to find is we didn't have the biggest trail we had in Durant was 0.3 miles. And that was the only trail that we had in Durant. And so one of the things, so we had a vision. We want a 1.5-mile trail somewhere. We had the skills. I mean, we had kind of a master plan and we knew what we were doing. Incentives where we all wanted to walk and have a good place to walk. And then, but one of the things that we didn't have is we didn't have resources. And because we didn't have the resources, we felt like we were stuck without an action plan. And so as we did kind of a scale, kind of an environmental scan, we realized that on campus, we had a ton of sidewalks everywhere. And so what we did, and, we're talking about a trail system across town and this big trail system across town. It's going to take years. But what we did on our action plan, we started with a very small, here we go, we're just going to start on campus. And we created a 1.75-mile trail on campus. And that was our action plan. How do we get signs for this trail? How do we paint? And we realized that our resources, we really already had them. And that our action plan involved starting in a very targeted, small way. A lot of times what you see is that when organizations have a significant amount of resources, then they have a lot of false starts because they don't spend enough time on action plans, because then the consequences of a false start isn't that great. And it's like, all right, we got a lot of money. We'll tear that building down and build another one. But most of us don't operate in that world. We have limited resources, so we have to be very clear on what is a doable action plan. All right. So that's the model. I think it's kind of an interesting model when we think about kind of working with groups and impacting change. That we have to have a clear vision. We have to have skills, incentives, resources, and an action plan. And if we're missing the vision, it leads to confusion. If we're missing the skills, it brings up anxiety. If there's no incentives, then there's gradual change and resistance. If there's no resources, we all feel frustrated. And then without an action plan, there's false starts. So just kind of to kind of put some of that, I think one of the things that I do in my graduate class is I talk about how this really is related to servant leadership. And we talk about servant leadership a lot of times. And I'm sure you've all heard the term servant leadership. But a lot of times servant leadership is, we think about it almost in terms of emotion, or almost in terms of an affective state, as opposed to actual action steps, actual actionable activities that a leader does that reflects a servant leader. So, one of the things that I really like about this is that a servant leader, one of the things that they do is they provide and communicate a vision. So they keep, for lack of a better word, rallying the troops to say, here's the direction we're going. They make sure that servant leaders make sure that their people have the training that they need to be successful. And so, I mean, if we think about that, if you're a student and you're the chair of a group and you really want to be a servant leader, you make sure that the people, and we're going to go clean up, we're going to go clean up the slides at the playground. I don't know, I'm just making stuff up. All right, well, do people have the skills to do that? Do they know what goes there? Are they keeping people motivated? Servant leaders really keep people motivated, and that's those incentives. And do they make sure they have the resources they need? If you're going to clean up the playground, do you have the trash bags needed? Do you have all those, do you have the scrub brushes? Do you have whatever it is that you need? And that's really, if you think about it, that's a key to servant leadership. Servant leaders know that the importance of mapping out a clear plan and to complete the task. And so a lot of times we think about servant leaders as really just kind of caring. And servant leaders are ones that care about their people. Okay, yeah, that's true. But they also provide and communicate a clear vision. They make sure people have the skills that they need to perform a task. They They are motivators. They find ways to keep people excited about the task. They make sure people have the resources, the training that they need, and they map things out. And then one of the things also that I think we always have to keep in mind about change with ourselves, with groups, with our programs, with our students that we work with, everything, is that the first time is always the worst time, right? And so anytime we roll out into change, we know it's going to be clunky. We know it's going to be bad. The first time I drove a car, it was terrible. But then it gets better and it gets better. And so we always have, that's why action plans that are small and measurable are so good, because the first time is always the worst time, right? Especially when we're going through some sort of change process. So I'm going to stop right here for just kind of a second and see if anybody has questions, comments about the model, thoughts. All right. Just want to make sure everybody has a moment. Sometimes I know in Zoom, you know, if we're all sitting together in a room, someone can raise their hand. Sometimes in Zoom, you have to give it a little extra time for people to be able to find their unmute button and click in and all that kind of stuff. So.
We do have a message that this is the exact message I needed to hear from Lindsay Wise.
Oh, okay.
And we had a question, can you talk about COVID and change?
Sure. First of all, hey, can I go to Lindsay? Did you say Lindsay Weiss?
Yeah, Lindsay Weiss.
Lindsay, can you talk a little bit about that? Or are you willing to talk a little bit about that?
Lindsay, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, Dr. Tim Oatman. I'm actually in the process of creating like a group board organization. And so like this is kind of like walking me through the steps of like what I would have to look for, and I can identify like what the problem is. So
great.
Exactly what I needed to hear and how I would can relate to that, what I'm going through the process of.
Perfect. Yeah, you're right. I mean, if you're starting a group, and first of all, congratulations on you know, having the courage to step out there and you know, start groups. But yeah, I mean, if you really think about if I'm going to start this group, we need to have a clear vision, and what are the skills that I need, and you know, what are our incentives? Why are we doing this? And what might be the resources and the action plan? So good job. Good for you. So
thank you.
Yeah, good. So when it turned in COVID, yeah, you know, one of the things, if you look at this, you know, please don't take this politically, okay? Because whichever side you were on, like probably most of us at the beginning, it was, who am I supposed to be listening to? Because I feel like I have this group of experts saying one thing, and this group of experts saying something else, and these leaders saying one thing, and then this leader saying something else. And so at the beginning, that lack of a unified vision created confusion, right? And so that was the general feeling amongst the country at the beginning was, well, confusion. Well, this doesn't seem like it might be as bad as things we've experienced in the past, but other people are telling me, no, this is something different. And so because we didn't have a clear vision and kind of a single voice, there was confusion because we didn't have some people saying, don't take it, that it's not that big of a deal, and other people saying it's a huge deal, and that created confusion. And then I think once as a society, we came to a general consensus that this was a big deal, right? Then it's, well, how do we manage it? We don't have the skills to manage this. What does this mean? How do people? We don't have a vaccine. So and that's why I think we went through a huge we went through a huge step of anxiety. Was mainly because, okay, yeah, this is a big deal, but we don't know how to deal with it. And so that's anxiety, that brought up so much anxiety. Well, and then, really at the end of the day, what we kept talking about was incentives were take care, you don't want to get sick and you don't want to spread it to other people. Well, then that resistance to that was, well, people don't get that sick, or, really the incentives aren't great enough for me. So there's resistance to it. And the incentives, look, if you're shutting down my business, wow, there's a disincentive for me to do these things. So that led to resistance and gradual change. Well, then once the vaccine came out, what have we all experienced in the last 2 months? I say we all, most people, frustration. Why? Because we know the vaccine's there, but we can't get it. So what are we mixing? We were struggling. We were having frustration because of lack of resources. People were all freaked out. Why? Because there's no more toilet paper. Oh my God. And that's frustration because we didn't have the resources that we needed. Well, then now over the last, 3 or 4 months, we've had kind of some, a little bit of false starts with getting, we might have enough, but there's, how do you get the shots in arms? And so I can remember watching some colonel talking about some huge action plan to get things out, but that didn't seem kind of like a false start. They had to start over again. So I think COVID is actually a wonderful kind of analogy to an example of, if you don't have vision, there's confusion. And then if we don't have the skills to deal with it, there was anxiety, and then people debating whether or not the consequences of getting COVID were that great, or if really there were any consequences of getting COVID. And so that led to resistance. And then, could we hurry up and get the mask that we need? If we couldn't get them, we knew that masks kept us safe, and vaccines, we couldn't get it. There's frustration. Like most of y'all, I was so mad because I couldn't get my mom on a list anywhere, right? And that was frustration. And then, okay, how do we finally get through all of our action plans so that we can get people vaccinated and get back to, and make the changes we needed to get back to safety? Whoever asked about COVID, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. I just thought it would be a good example to walk through a real life experience. So thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So what I'd like to do now for kind of the second half is to sort of walk through sort of a couple of examples of how this model has been used in change. And Rachel Summick, Liz, you'll do a much better job of this, and I'm sorry I'm kind of putting you here on the spot. Do you want to tell the story of Rachel Summick? And I can if you want me to, but she's the swipe out hunger person.
I think that I would rather you do that. I don't have all of that right in front of me.
Okay, yeah, it's fine. So swipe out hunger. So Rachel Summick was a student on a student at UCLA who I believe it's UCLA. Don't quote me too much on that, but she was concerned with hunger on college campuses. And so one of the first things that she did is she started a group and with a clear vision to reduce student hunger, right? So that was their vision, and they wanted to do whatever they needed to do to reduce student hunger. So one of the first things that they looked around and said, how do we do this? So one of the first things they did is, as students were moving out of the dorms, and students a lot of times had food left over that unopened boxes of cookies or unopened jars of peanut butter or whatever, they started stocking up a food pantry for other students to take. Well, great. Well, then they got into swipes, because we all know that students leave at the end of this semester, and they have all the swipes. So they worked with their local food providers on campus, and for their unused swipes that they were using, then they turned those into food donations. And so that was great. And so and so she talks about well, how, what were the skills that she had the vision, so she needed some skills though to make this happen. And the big thing that that she talked about that I love this was talking about one of her skills was persistence, and that persistence as a skill, and thinking about persistence as a skill and building up to that, and then talking about persuasion as a skill, and convincing others that this is something that needs to happen. Well, so they one of the things that wound up happening is she once she graduated, the vision didn't go away. And that's one of the great things about visions. If it's a really good vision, it can manifest itself in multiple ways, and it usually doesn't leave. So she decided really to be the most impactful is that she would start campus chapters all over the country that would work on student hunger. And then, so she was right. It was right after college. She decided she needed coding skills because she needed to put together websites, and so learning that. So and that caused so much anxiety for her, just like persuasion and persistence cause anxiety. But we have to know that those are skills, and she created that coding skills. And the incentives were now actually she's turned it into this is her living, and she has 8 or 10 employees, and it's really pretty cool. But the incentives were really feeling good about helping others and making sure other people get something to eat. Her resources, kind of interesting. She looked around, and really, it would have been real easy to say, hey, I need someone to give me $100,000 to solve the food problem here on our campus. And golly, I'm mad because people don't care and they won't give us $100,000 to solve the food problem on campus. Well, obviously someone wasn't going to give her that money. So as she looked around, she, decided they found unused meal plans, and what a great opportunity that was to serve and feed hungry students. And she worked with, their campus meal provider, and they were all for it. And because they love that idea too. They love that idea as well as taking care of people's food needs. So her resources were her fellow students. Her resources were unused meal plans. And then, when we get into her action plans, so filling the food camp closet during move out week, but then that was one of the first action plans. Another action plan was then after she graduated was to create campus chapters to spread that all throughout the world. And I think it's throughout the United States. I think it's an excellent example of how if you have a really good vision, it's going to, the venue that occurs in really doesn't matter, right? And it'll stay with you. And so, if you kind of think about this with TRIO programs, a lot of times the vision, is to help first generation students, to help students with different challenges as they enter college. And so, okay, we can have the vision of that, and then how do we get the skills? How do we get the counseling skills? How do we get the advocacy skills? And then, what are our incentives? Each of you, have different grant, part of what our incentives from just a pure bureaucratic sense is that we've met our program goals. But our incentives a lot of times is seeing students succeed, being there at graduation and watching them walk across the stage. Our resources, a lot of times, our grants will provide some resources, but we have to get, creative in finding those other things, those other resources. And those resources might be other students, they might be faculty, they might be staff, they might be, someone in your community willing to help. And then our action plans, which are actually is when, let's get going and let's get moving. So that's someone I don't know. But now I'd like to talk a little bit about kind of my own personal experience in using this model. I love this quote. Sometimes leaders find the challenge, and sometimes the challenge finds a leader. And usually it's a little of both. In my experience, I was running our advising center, and so I was running our advising center, freshman programs, learning center, Native American Institute, and had been doing that for about 15 years. And the university was in pretty difficult enrollment times. We were I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. And so the president came to me and said, hey, I want you to take over our graduate programs. And I was like, I have no earthly idea what I've never worked graduate programs. I'd spent 15 years working with new freshmen. And it said, I want you to take over graduate programs, and it's really going to be this large online initiative. I was like, I know none of that. And he said, yeah, but you're a good leader, and this is a challenge, and we'll figure it out. And so sometimes leaders go find a challenge, and sometimes the challenge finds the leader, and usually it's a little of both. You know, one of the things that leaders always have to do, and you know, and I talk about this in terms of leadership mainly because we're talking about change involves a leader. Change, whether it's your own personal hero, you know, you're changing yourself, or with a group. To be a leader, you know, we seize the initiative to change the way things are. You know, how do I have to accept the way things are? I'm gonna butcher this, but there's a famous Robert F. Kennedy quote. You know, some people see things and ask why. I see things and ask why not. You know, why can't we change this? Yes, we can. You know, proactivity consistently produces better results than reactivity or inactivity. And if you think about it, change is a proactive approach as opposed to a reactive or an inactive. And so even though, you know, a lot of times okay, let's not do anything. Well, change is going to occur, right? And not doing anything is a decision. Responding to the crisis of the moment is a decision. And so we know that proactivity consistently produces better results than reactivity or inactivity. Now, one of the things I want to point out here, it says consistently. It doesn't say always, right? So sometimes, I mean, we start to move down the road and it doesn't work. And we have to know that I mean, I say to my students all the time, I say to my staff all the time, hey, if we're going to make mistakes, let's make mistakes going forward. Let's make mistakes of commission, not mistakes of omission. If Liz and I have joked about this before, Vice President McCraw and I have joked about this, that when people, sometimes when people get frustrated with us, it's usually because they think we're doing too much. They think we're stepping out of our, you know, out of our lanes. But at the end of the day, okay, I would rather step out of my lane until people say, nope, that's mine and I need to move back in it, than to just go, sorry, that's not my job, or that's not what I think about, you know. Because, and so we have to really focus on proactivity consistently, not always, but it consistently produces better results. But change always has to occur with a purpose in mind. It can't just be at, you know, one of my favorite, as you can tell, I have a lot of favorite quotes, but one of mine is, activity is not progress. And a lot of times we have activity, and, you know, I saw 400 people this week. Well, great, that's activity. Did you make a difference? You know, activity is not progress. You know, we as a group, we did this, and this. Look at all that activity. Well, that's activity, but that's not necessarily progress. So change has to occur with that purpose in mind. You know, is there something very intentional? You know, and you know, this quote, Henry Ford always kind of makes me laugh. Henry Ford famously said, if I would have asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. Because we can't even, a lot of times you know, people can't they can't see what's the next 5 years, okay? But leaders are supposed to. That's leaders' vision. They see these things. Hopefully they can see what's coming next 5 or 10 years. We were just having this conversation at lunch about electric cars, you know, and just everybody who's driving an electric car now just loves it. But people are saying, hey, I don't want an electric car. Why? Because it's too hard to fill it up. You know, it's too hard to charge it or whatever. That'll come. You know, that'll come. Because, you know, so if people, at one point, if you would have asked people what they wanted, they would have just said, I want cars with better gas mileage or lower emission, you know. But now, really what's happening is when people are exposed to a different paradigm of a true different choice, people are starting to move towards those electric cars. But that's what happens a lot of times in groups and changes, is that we have, a lot of times people just think change involves, I just want to do either more of the same or less of the same. But really, a lot of times change can involve a pretty significant paradigm shift. And that's when change is also the hardest, is when it involves paradigm shifts. So in SE fall enrollment at Southeastern, our enrollment in fall was, in 2016, was 3725. And this is when the president asked me to come and to work with the group. And so we had the third lowest, and that was our third lowest enrollment since 1974. We had dropped by 500 students in 7 years. And it wasn't just us, the entire regional university enrollment was dropping. At the same time, we were having declining state appropriations, and we were having to furlough staff and raise tuition. So it was a difficult time for the university. And so one of the things that we really got to thinking about, and I think this is great for groups and for individuals, is the hedgehog concept, which the hedgehog concept is three things, and it talks about a hedgehog, and a hedgehog sticks to these, a couple things, and they're great. But what are you deeply passionate about? What do you really care about? What's something that you can really kind of rally around? And then once you get that, what can you be the best in the world at? What can we truly be excellent at? And then what drives your resource engine? What drives the economic engine? And so this is talking about businesses and organizations that a lot of times, you've heard people say, oh, colleges are, at my college, we're trying to be all things to all people, and isn't that bad? Yeah, okay, but what they're really saying is, are we doing something that we don't feel passionate about? That's like a lot of times things like continuing ed or small business development centers or things like that kind of stay really on the fringes of a university, because it's not something that the vast majority of the people who came to work at higher ed are deeply passionate about. It's just something that's kind of there. But what we're passionate most of the time about is, educating our students and truly working with students. And what can you be the best in the world at? And then what drives your economic engine? So when we started, so our vision, so there was a group of us who got together and said, okay, our vision was to increase graduate student enrollment to 1,000 students. At the time, we had 500 students, 400, 500 graduate students. And I announced this to faculty, and I had a group of faculty laugh. We were at a big faculty meeting, and there's nothing worse than standing up on a stage and saying something and having a group of people laugh at you. It was pretty painful. And so, but we know that I was having this conversation with someone the other day, I had faith, but faith and courage kind of go hand in hand. So but it also then provided motivation. I also had a lot of people saying, wow, that's great. We think you can get there. Tell us what you need. So we had a vision. We were going to increase graduate enrollment to 1,000 students. Because what we thought about, if you go back to this, we thought we could be deeply passionate about graduate enrollment, mainly because a lot of it was either, we had an MBA in our education programs. Well, that was right in our wheelhouse, business education and teachers. So we could be passionate about it. And we really thought we could be really good at delivering an online program. We had the right accreditations, and we knew that tuition was going to start driving our economic engine, right? Because we were getting declines in state appropriations. So just kind of thinking about it in those terms. So our skills. So what we did is we really looked at a lot of process reviews. So how many efficiencies could we create through our process reviews? We really talked a lot about persistence. That's why I love the early example. Persistence is a skill. Can we stick with this? And then lots of enthusiasm. As I would go around to the different departments and talk about these are the things that we want to do. I'd be met with resistance and then counter that with enthusiasm. And one of the things I'd always try to think about is not letting myself get in a position where I was going to say things I didn't want to say. Right? So continue that positive. We had looked at our incentives, avoiding furloughs, That was a big incentive. We had all been furloughed that semester. Adding staff, adding faculty. For those of you who don't know what furloughs are, good. I hope you never know what they are, but they are. So like our university was said, you're forced to take a day a month off with no pay. So it's a way that universities can save money, or organizations, and anybody does it. We began to look at our resources. Well, part of it is we began to think about really outsourcing our marketing. That was a huge resource for us. How do we look at marketing in a different way? And that group is also the group that then helped us with our process review. Someone coming from internal doing your own process review never works. You got to have someone external really looking at your processes. Does this make sense? Does it not? And then really our greatest resource was our weekly staff meetings. All of us getting together in a room and just kind of hashing it out. Then, so we would, our action plans, I had probably a four-page Excel sheet of what needs to happen next and next and next and next and next to launch, and would check things off. So, but the big thing on our action plan is we'd launch and then launch and then learn, and launch and learn. And we wouldn't get hung up on if things weren't working right, because we had to keep reminding ourselves, this is new. The first time's the worst time. Don't get hung up. This isn't going to derail us. This is just something we have to adapt to. And so, then we look at, did it work? So that fall 16, we had 565 grad students. The next year we had 886. By 18, we had 1,000. So we blew past the 1,000. By fall 2020, we had 2,100. Right now, we're at 2,300 grad students. We just crossed 2,300 graduate students. And so like one of the big shifts, and I sent all the executive team an email the other day talking about how great VP McCraw is, because she was so central to this. One of the things that really changed our enrollment patterns is when we started challenging the way things are, seizing the initiative to change the way things are. Because right now we think about when does school start? We all thought about, August, maybe January. Okay, well, but not in graduate school. Graduate school starts year round, and graduate students want to go to school. So we now have 6 starts, and no one's ever more than 7 weeks away from a start. And we'll pick up 300 to 400 students in October and in March or in July, and those off starts, and those really build momentum. So we had to really seize that initiative to change the way things are. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing and just ask. I'd like to spend, 5 minutes. Darla, I don't know how much time you need on the in-between sessions, but if anybody has any questions, or anything like that, yeah, good to great. It's from good to great. I just saw that. Good to great is the hedgehog concept. All right.
We've got about.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, we've got about 4 minutes. So if you have a question, you're welcome to unmute yourself.
Thank you, sir, for spending all your time today with us. I learned a lot. Thank you.
You bet.
Another thing that really stuck out to me is when you were talking about change. I don't know if you know this, but I like Rick Warren. He's a pastor that I listen to, and I quoted him. He talked about like the change. You don't need to focus on just the unchanged. You need to focus on the change of your vision of what God has in store for you. So that's what I think I took out of this. And I would like to thank you for all the time you spent with us, working with us, and showing us the different things of change. So thank you so much.
Anything else?
We've got a comment, a couple of very inspiring, no questions, but thank you so much for sharing. Very informative.
Well, thank you. Thank you for asking me. I hope if you have a spring break, I hope you have a spring break next week, and I hope you enjoy it. And again, thank you very much for asking me to come, and congratulations on all y'all putting this together. I understand it's your first one, and so good job.
Well, thank you, sir. And we're are very happy that you were able to join us. And I know that a lot of us are going to walk away with a better understanding of some change and how we can impact change with others. I put the evaluation link in the chat box. So if you would be sure to complete your evaluation forms for any sessions that you've attended today. That way you can get credit for that. And our next guest will be speaking to us about setting and achieving goals. It's Io Jones from Seminole State University. And we'll be back with him at 2 o'clock.
Too afraid of my heart to let you go. Waiting for the fire to light. Feeling like we could do right. Be the one that makes tonight. 'Cause freedom is a lonely road. We're under control. I might be anyone, a lone fool out in the sun. Your heartbeat of solid gold. I love you, you'll never know. When the daylight comes, you feel so cold. You know, I'm too afraid of my heart to let you go. Waiting for the fire to light. Feeling like we could do right. Be the one that makes tonight. 'Cause freedom is a lonely road. We're under control. For the fire to light, feeling like we could do right. Be the one that makes tonight. 'Cause freedom is a lonely road. We're under control. Under control.
We drive so far to get away. Never look back. We don't care about nothing else. A sweet escape. Gotta break free like a shooting star. Let the skyline guide us. Never lose faith, leave all of your fears behind. A sweet escape. Gotta break free with an open heart. Let the sunshine find us. We don't care about nothing else. A sweet escape feels like heaven.
Good afternoon. How's everyone doing out there? It is 2 o'clock and we are always excited to see Trio students. How's Trio land? I'm assuming it's great. All right, this afternoon we have a special treat for you. We have a student speaking to you this afternoon from Seminole State College. His name is Io Jones. Hi, Io. Wave at us. And he is awesome. Before we get started, I do want to remind you that if you fill out an evaluation after this, you will find a link in the chat box. Make sure that you get that completed. Let's see, this is our next to last session. Oh my goodness, we're almost done. And how sad. I'm actually kind of sad. Okay. All right, so let's get started. I'm going to introduce Io. He's going to talk to us about setting and achieving goals. I need to read his bio right quick because he's a superstar. All right, this is Io Jones. He's a sophomore at Seminole State College, majoring in health, physical education, and recreation. He works with student support services as a mentor and a tutor. He is currently the president of the campus chapter of Phi Theta Kappa. He will graduate from Seminole State. Oh, we're going to miss him in May with an Associate of Science in Hyper. He will move on to East Central University because he will become a Tiger then in the fall to earn his Bachelor's of Science in Kinesiology. So that's pretty awesome. All right, Io, we're ready for you to take it away. You can share your screen.
Okay, thank you, Jada. That was a wonderful introduction. Okay. Can you guys see my screen? Okay. All right. So let's start from the beginning, you guys. My name is Io Jones, and I'm a peer mentor here at Seminole State College. I'm a sophomore, and I'm on the verge of graduating. I originally started in the fall of 2019. Before that, I hadn't been to school in almost 20 years. In fact, just to give you guys a little bit of a brief history of where I come from in terms of goals or what have you, I actually was devoid of any goals for a really long time. I came from a dark place before my time at Seminole State College. My history was rather directionless. I didn't have any well, I can't say that I didn't have any goals, but I didn't have any goals that added value to my life. And so what we're going to talk about today is the importance of setting and achieving goals, having meaningful goals, because we can have goals, but they can necessarily not be good ones. So with me, I was really devoid of any meaningful goals for a really long time because I struggled from the age of 14 to 30 with drug and alcohol substance abuse, and I was involved with street gangs for the duration of that period. My life up to that point before I started getting into all that was the normal life of a child, a young man growing up, going to school, doing good in school, making friends. But what brought me to the chaos in my life was essentially some family turmoil. My parents, ever since I was born, they never had a relationship with each other. So I was born into a shattered household of sorts. So they never really got along at all during my childhood. And my little brother and I ended up being caught in the middle of bitter custody battles. So from age 0 to age 10, I lived with my mother, and everything was good. Was growing up normally, emotionally stable. I went to school, had friends, and my goals at that point were just going to school, making it to recess, doing good in school, but not so concerned about the grades. Just socializing, being a kid. I got used to my school, and I got used to where I was at in life. I come from Shawnee, Oklahoma, and I went to school in Pleasant Grove in Shawnee. So that's where that's where my home was, and that's what I knew until the age of 10. So my father at that point, he ended up getting custody of my little brother and I, and that really shattered my world. It rocked it pretty bad because I had to go live with my dad, and against my will. I didn't want to, but I was we were in the middle of a bitter custody battle, my little brother and I. So we weren't really heard at that point. My dad he wanted us, and so he went after us, and he didn't care what either one of he didn't care what my little brother and I had to say about the matter. So at that point, I was ripped away from everything I'd ever known, and had to adapt at this new school, this new lifestyle. The school I was previously at was predominantly Native American children at PG in Seminole. In Shawnee. So I actually ended up going to PG in Seminole. So there's another Pleasant Grove here in Seminole, or there was. Fantastic little school. I just have nothing but good things to say about both schools. But at this next school, whenever my dad got custody of me, my experience, I can't speak for my little brother's experience, but my experience turned out to be not so good in the beginning. And so this was the beginning of emotional turmoil and psychological chaos that would continue for the next 20 years, yeah. So whenever I went to school in Seminole, Pleasant Grove, that was my first experience with racism. There were more Caucasian children there than there was Native Americans. So I stuck out sort of like a sore thumb. There were Native American children there, but there wasn't that many. And as you can tell, I'm Native American. I'm brown. That's who I am. So at that point, that was my first experience with being bullied and being picked on. I was called a wagon burner, an engine, Indian faggot. Excuse my language, but that's some of the stuff that I started to endure simply because my father. At that point, I was really bitter towards my father because he tore me away from my peaceable lifestyle, and I was forced to go to a school and be treated this way. And I was really upset with him for a long time, for many years after that. And so I got used to it, though. I learned how to deal with it. It wasn't good. I remember, being hit and picked on, and in the bathrooms being ambushed by these Caucasian children. And this is something I don't talk about even to my closest peers here at my school. So you guys are all hearing it, and I'm sharing it with you for the first time because I feel it's pertinent to what we're about to be getting into. But yeah, I adapted and essentially learned how to deal with all that and not let it affect who I was as a person. The only person I was really mad at was at my father for making me go to that school and live with him and have to endure that. I wasn't so much upset with the kids who were doing it because, I was a child. I blamed my parents or my dad at that point. But I adapted. I got used to it and I learned how to deal with it. Just when you get used to something, you start getting comfortable. You find your niche, so to speak. Everything got uprooted again. So from 5th grade and 8th grade, I put up with all that at Pleasant Grove and Seminole, the racism, the taunting. Yet I was still very goal oriented at that point with my academics. So you see, even though I went through all that, I still wanted to do good in school. My goal was to never fall below a B, which that was really important to me. That was my niche in life was to be a good student. And so about 8th grade, after my 8th grade graduation, I made the valedictorian for my class. So I'd found my niche even there. I was resilient, although I didn't know it at that time. Didn't understand what resiliency really meant, but this would all help me in the future after I realized the importance of it in terms of following along with your goals. So I made valedictorian, and I moved on, went to high school at Varnum High School, which is a small rural high school here in Oklahoma, here in Seminole County. So right whenever I start going to that high school and meeting all the new kids, and just finding my way again at a new school, still living with my dad, not so mad as him as I was before, but really getting into my teenage years. And those are really important years in terms of self-identity, finding your peer groups and all those things. So right when I start doing that, my mother gets custody of me again. So I go back with mom, and I'm actually really happy about this at the time, but this one really rocked my world. I was happy about it. I remember I was still a great student at these little country schools here in Seminole County. But when my mom got custody of me, I'd always wanted to go live back with her. And so first order of business, let's enroll you at Shawnee High School. So here I am, this young, promising Native American student at this point, been through a lot of stuff, but still hadn't let it affect me academically. I get to Shawnee High School, and I'll never forget the day whenever we talked to the advisor there, and they were enrolling me, and they seen my transcript, seen that I was valedictorian of my small school. And you would think at this point that an advisor would be happy and kind of excited to see something like that. She looked at me with this sad look and said, there's one thing I want you to understand, Io. The Native American kids here, they run a different path than you, and I would hate to see you fall in with that crowd. I would rather you, and this is going to sound bad, but I remember these are the words that she told me. I would rather you have no friends at all within that peer group than fall in with them, because these grades are outstanding, and you're a great student. And I didn't think nothing of it at the time. I thought I had a pretty good idea of who Io Jones was. Wasn't going to follow the crowd. Wasn't going to be a follower. So I took it for what she said, but didn't really put too much into it. I was enrolled in Shawnee High School. I said, I love my academics. This can't be that bad. First day of school, man, boy, was I wrong. That school was huge, gigantic. It was a total culture shock, and it scared the daylights out of me. I remember my first day getting off the bus. It was a different world. It was so big, so huge. I didn't know anybody. I was a fish out of water at that point. And I remember exactly what she said. It sort of unfolded just the way that she forewarned me about. The first thing that I did whenever I entered those hallways, and at this point, Shawnee High School had around, I think it was 1,500 people with a class of 400 freshmen, something like that. And I'm coming from a very small school it was like less than 20 people for a class in my grade where I'm coming from. So to be thrust into that, my first instinct was to, go to the Native American kids. It wasn't the right thing to do, but I didn't know any better. That was not the best in my best interest. All the Native American kids were heavily into gangs and drinking and drugs, but I didn't know any better at that point. I was really scared. I wanted to go with people, be around people who looked like me, and they accepted me, and that's where things sort of took off in a directionless manner. So I come from a place very just at the point where I was trying to find my niche in life. I kept getting thrust up and having to recreate until I recreated myself, but it was in a bad situation. I tried to plant my roots in an unfavorable environment, and that really affected me in terms of right whenever I was starting to find out what goal setting was, having goals that would lead me somewhere in life. I planted my roots in the wrong place. So my academics totally went out the window. All of my friends, all my fellow gang members at that point, we were all plotting and scheming on how to get the next drug and how to get the next high, and that's what it consisted of in the early days. So I had goals at that point, but they weren't meaningful. After I started using marijuana and getting involved in drinking, my goals at that point were, and after I fell into a really deep addiction, my goals at that point were wake up, scrounge around, plot and scheme on a way to make the next dollar so I could get that high. Now that's a goal, mind you. Plot, scheme, scrounge around, try to find out ways to get by, to fulfill my selfish needs, to get what I want. Yeah, those are goals, but they're very selfish goals. I was really devoid of meaningful goals. Any personal goals was it was out the window. It was all about trying to feel good and trying to advance my clique into a way where we could get what we wanted. But so directionless, that's just the word that sticks out to me at that point. Not having, we see the importance here. You see where I'm coming from. Not having any meaningful goals, some positive, and that's the key word, positive goals that will advance you towards something in life rather than being directionless, focused on trying to change your reality with using drugs or just anything that will make you escape reality for that split second or that split hour, or however long it lasts. The instant gratification was that's the word I'm looking for. My instant gratification was my everyday goal at that point. So not having any meaningful goals, not having any aspirations, never really wanting to dream, being directionless. That really derailed me for about 16 good years. And that's the way I lived. And it got worse, you guys. I dropped out in less than a year from high school totally. And I got more heavily involved with the gang, the drugs, the alcohol. I ended up going to jail quite often, regularly as I got older. So I got acquainted with the county jail lifestyle, and I've been hurt by people. I've hurt other people. My mother, I broke her heart for so long. She used to worry that she was going to wake up one day and just have the police at her door, and either he's in county jail, or he's in the morgue. One day I actually was in the Oklahoma City hospital for getting stabbed. Literally, you hear that expression, stabbed in the back, but I was actually stabbed in the back in an altercation with a blood. See, I ran with the Crip gang members, and so I got stabbed by a blood. We just happened to be at the same place at the same time, and things escalated. He had a knife. I didn't. I got stabbed, almost died. Didn't tell my mom about it. I didn't want to didn't want to concern her. She found, I still don't know how she found out. I think one of my homeboys had called her because I didn't call her. And I'll never forget the look on her face when she walked in the hospital. She brought my brothers with her, and man, that really hurt. So it wasn't the fact that I got stabbed or I was doing all the wrong things, but to see my mother's face, and those are the type of that's the direction I went without having any meaningful goals. So that's kind of why I wanted to talk about that, and tell you guys how important it is to actually have goals. And for those of you who may be struggling with these educational goals or these personal goals that you have, I'm here to tell you that no matter how hard the struggle gets, it's wonderful that you have them. Anything is better than not having any goals at all, because I've been there. And it almost cost me my life and my freedom, and it ruined everything almost. But here I am at Seminole State giving this wonderful presentation about goal setting with you guys. So let's get more into that and find out how important this is. So essentially a goal is a desired result that a person plans to commit towards or achieve. And so I talked to you guys about I didn't have that during my teenage years. Now I was starting to develop that in my middle school years, but my whole situation and what I was what I thrust myself into rather. So one thing about goal setting has taught me is to take responsibility for your actions. So I do that now. So that's why I say that I thrust myself into that. Even though I was in a bad situation, it was beyond my control, I still made the decision to run with that crowd. And so I own up to that. Um, so a desired result that a person plans to commit towards or achieve. Very important. It gives you direction towards what you want to move towards in life, what you're going to put your time and energy towards, who you're going to blossom into becoming in pursuit of that goal. A goal is also the result or achievement towards which effort is directed. So you have something to direct that effort towards in a positive manner. Like I said, and this can go both ways, you guys. My effort was directed towards a lot of the wrong things for a long time, and the result was never good. So you want to make it a positive goal, whatever that goal may be. And it could be something simple as reaching out and talking to somebody, smiling at somebody even. Anything's better than the route that I took. Hugging somebody, you can make a goal to write a few sentences on an essay, which is actually a goal that I often utilize to get through long papers. If I can just write this one more paragraph and put some effort into getting 100 more words into my paper, then the achievement is going to be that I've written my entire midterm paper, and I can use that to make the grade that I want in that class. So basically, a goal, more simply put, is something you wish to achieve. And the key word there is wish. I mean, it could start at, you gotta have a dream, you guys. Wish upon a star, have a dream, manifest it. Think of something that's important to you as a person, and set the bar and start making the steps to achieve that. A goal is a dream, a wish, and you can achieve that. A goal is a dream that you can achieve and make reality. So, has anybody ever had a dream but wasn't sure how to take the steps to achieve it in the beginning? You guys could type that into the chat and I'll come back and look at it. Share your dreams. A dream that you had that maybe was a little bit bigger than you wanted to reach for at the time, but you said, hey, this is bigger than my realm of knowledge right now, but maybe I can take the steps to work towards that. So a goal is a dream that you can achieve and make reality. But how do we do that? Well, one of the ways we do that, you guys, is to take action, do something. How do we move from fantasy into reality? It's good to have a dream, but if you spend too much time on that dream, essentially dreaming the days away, it's like a ship without a rudder. You're kind of just directionless. So you want to try to manifest that dream, visualize your goal, visualize the steps that you need to take to get there. And yeah, it may seem daunting at first, but if you just making the decision to commit to doing whatever it takes to achieve that goal, even if it seems unattainable in the present moment, you can commit to making small steps, realistic, achievable, that add up at the end towards your ultimate goal. I always envision ladders, right? So imagine this ladder, so you have this goal and it's at the top of your ladder, but the rungs, the space in between the rungs to get to that goal, if you can imagine that space as being 10 foot between each rung, that's going to make it kind of hard to reach your ultimate goal, right? So we need to figure out a way to create smaller steps up and up and up. Small challenging but doable rather than one step, another step, 10 feet up. That doesn't work. So we want to break this down into steps, doable steps. Taking action, goal setting. So we talk about making those steps. How do we develop those steps up the ladder, up the goal setting ladder? Well, we have to develop an action plan, you guys. And an action plan is designed to motivate or guide a person or group towards the goal. So how do we develop an action plan? What do we do? Why is it even important to do this? Well, we talked about the importance of goal setting originally. It's going to give us the sense of direction. So let's say we have that sense of direction, but we don't quite know how to get off the ground. Well, I'm here to tell you guys that sometimes whenever the hardest part is just setting a goal. And sometimes it just starts to unfold. Setting goals triggers new behaviors. Right after I found recovery at the age of 30, right? So all those years trapped in darkness. And then I gave my life to my Lord and Savior and started my recovery. So the Spirit started speaking into my heart. It's time to do something. You've lived your life in the darkness this whole time. You've never attempted anything other than live in your comfort zone of drugs, alcohol, in your gang. So that's where I was comfortable at. But the Spirit of recovery was speaking into me. Maybe you need to step outside of that and attempt to pick up where you left off. Okay, how do I do that? Where did I leave off? I have to remember who I was before all this. Okay, I.O. Jones, what was my main thing? Well, who was I before all the gangs and the drugs and the alcohol? And it was hard to remember, but I remembered after I did a little soul searching. And this just seemed so foreign to me when I remembered because I was totally not that person anymore, or I thought I wasn't. I remembered how much that I loved going to school and how much success that I had at it right before I hit high school. And it hit me, that's that mere thought of maybe trying to pick up in terms of academics that made me really uncomfortable because you guys understand about math, right? So it's one of those things to where you either love it or you hate it. And let's just put it this way, I didn't love it. The last math class I had taken before I dropped out of high school was 8th grade math, and that's where I left off. So I had this idea of going back to school to start getting on the path and making something out of myself, bringing myself out of the darkness in some way. And this is what the Spirit was speaking in my heart. Maybe you can go back to school, man, but there's a big obstacle standing in my way. Math. At this point, I don't know anything about math. Right before I enrolled, like I couldn't remember like the basic math, like basic algebra, no idea how to do it. So what's some of the stuff they have you do? Graphing, yeah, stuff like that. The letters was really, that still freaks me out. But even back then it was worse. Like I used to get really anxious just thinking about what I was going to have to do to even gain entry into school. The placement test is what what I'm getting at, you guys. So, but that was one of the steps that I had to develop on my goal ladder. My goal ladder. It's one of the rungs that I had to manifest, and it was really scary. I remember walking into the college, fresh into my sobriety, feeling really energized, but at the same time knowing that I had to take on this placement test inevitably with algebra in it. And that was huge. That was just immediately I was faced with a gigantic challenge. So, the development of an action plan was to go in and you see here in the picture, he's got the puzzle with him. So that was me with my placement test headed towards Seminole State College, trying to make my way My first order of business in my action plan was to, believe in myself, even if I didn't really believe in myself at that moment, try to feel like I did, and I muster up the courage and take this placement test and see where I was at. And I just knew that I was really behind, and I turned out to be right. I remember seeing the placement test, and for the math portion, there was no way. So I didn't even try any questions, which turned out to be the right thing to do. Had I guessed and actually gotten some of the questions right, which would have never happened because I had no idea where to start. But had that been the case, and I scored into a class that I wasn't prepared for, that would have really set me back even more than I already was. So I left that portion blank and I got a 0 on it. I decided it was better to start from the ground up, learn everything, learn math from a 0 level course, even though I wasn't getting those credits applied to my degree for my major. That's what I had to do. I had to take action in that form and do what I had to do. The upside of that was I got 100 on the reading, and I tested right into English comp. So we talk about balance. There's scary things in life, and then there's usually a silver lining in there. So I felt really good about my English scores and my reading scores. The math I kind of expected, but it was still scary for me. After that, after I knew what I had to do, some of that stress alleviated. I enrolled with my advisor. She laid the coursework out for me, and all of a sudden things just felt a little smoother. So my action plan started developing. Take the placement test, see what I need to do, talk with an advisor, have these courses laid out for me. What courses I need to pass in order to move towards my degree, what credit hours they were worth, and so I could have that measurable progress off of each class that I passed. And all of a sudden, things started really taking shape for me. Like, okay, so I went from in the space of I wasn't even sober. Maybe I think I was sober 2 weeks before I enrolled in college. So I went from 16 years living in the darkness to within 2 weeks, taking on this life-changing course of action through the development of these small goals. Like, just walking in the doors of Seminole State College was probably the smallest step that I could have developed, was just walking through those doors, finding the courage to do that, because I truly didn't believe that I belonged in a college institution. Like, why should I be in there? I'm a thug. I just sobered up. I have no business being in there. So the first step of my action plan was actually, walking through the doors, and it led to the placement test. The placement test gave me an idea of where I was at. That led to an advisor. The advisor helped me out and said, hey, here's the courses that you need to take, and we're going to help you out along the way. And it's okay if it's 0 level. We're going to see if we can help you out and move you along towards your degree plan. So goal setting, why do you guys think that's important? Why do you guys share in the chat with me? Why do you think it's important? I have some chats here.
You actually have a lot of chats.
Yeah. How do I look at those, Jenna?
Would you like me to help you?
Please, yeah, please do.
We have a lot of, okay, I'm a firm believer in stating or writing down. I think there's a lot of power in speaking truths or speaking things that you believe or expect to happen for yourself. But I don't know how many people have stated goals that they have, life goals. But right now I'm just saying, boy, this is fantastic that people are writing down goals that they have.
This wonderful. That's what we're after here.
Yeah. And so there's lots of comments in here about this is inspiring. This is good for them to hear these things. They can relate. Of course, Dominic's in here saying that he's trying to get ripped and it will take some time.
That's a good goal to have. That's a
Yes,
good goal to
it
have,
is.
because it takes time. I like what I'm seeing here from Asa. Don't make it about money because it doesn't mean anything. And that's true, guys. I mean, of course, we're all here in college to get a more reliable source of income, but at the end of the day, the money is just, it's paper. It's what you, it's purpose. It's about purpose. It's what you do with that money that counts. So if you have a purpose and you have a vision of the moves you want to make, then you're going to spend that money on things that facilitate your growth and your development and things like
Yes,
that.
we have so many comments though that have come. There's been a lot of chat between students, encouraging students, and you know, Liz McCraw has said on here, help your peers achieve their goals, talk with them, encourage them, volunteer to be their accountability partner. Everyone needs someone to believe in them, to help them achieve their goals, which I think is huge and a big part of student support services. So I just keep going down. What was your question? I can't even remember now because I'm digging down through this.
I just asked some guys, some of these ladies and gentlemen to share what they thought the importance of goal setting was.
Okay, here we go. Yeah. To keep motivation, to reach one's main goal or main achievement. Yes. Let's see. What is your purpose? When you find your purpose, your goals will be easier to overcome. What are you passionate about? Don't make it about money. That's Asa. Let's see. Of course, I mean, people do want to make money and, you know, be able to make a living. That is important. Yes.
That is important. And I feel like I see a lot of good things on here about passion, and so that reminds me of intrinsic motivation. And so the money is your extrinsic motivator. I mean, we need it. It's necessity. And I'm not saying these necessity goals are a bad thing. They can help advance us towards our ultimate goal. But I find that passion is really our goal that pulls us towards where we need to be. So the money pushes us, and our careers and our degrees. You know, we're pushing to get that degree, you guys. But at the end of the day, it's our. So what are we majoring in? Now that's our passion. Why did we choose that? Because we love it. I mean, there's a reason why we pick what we pick to major in to do for the rest of our lives. So those are the goals that really pull us in. And I really believe that when we're good, when we operate off of passion and we have a true joy in engaging in this passion to the best of our ability, when we do it so much in that sense and when we master it, because when you love something so much and you engage with it all the time, pretty soon you're going to master it simply off of your passion because you love to do it. And then what's the next step after that, guys? Okay, I've done this and I see how much joy it has brought me. I've reached the goal. So then it becomes a sharing of the gift. Now I want to teach others how to experience what I've experienced in pursuit of my passion. How do I share this gift? So this really is an important slide, and I want to touch on this a little bit. This has a lot to it. So before our time runs out, I want to go through each one of these just really briefly. So we talk about how do we implement that action plan. Well, we got to make steps. We're reminded of our goal setting ladder. What's the first step to setting your goals? Well, you got to identify one, and this often is the hardest one. Well, what do I want to commit my time and energy towards? What am I good at? I say that it's always good to develop a sense of self-awareness. Think about who you are. What is your passion? I'm loving the stuff I'm seeing about passion in the chats. What do you like to do? How do you feel that you can change the world when you're operating at your best? What makes you operate at your best? What is that? What brings out that passion inside you? So identify your goals. So by knowing what you want to achieve through identification, this is huge. You know what you need to concentrate on and improve upon. So directing that effort and that energy towards your goals. That needs to happen firstly by identifying what it is you're putting that energy and effort towards. When there's a target and people know what it is, they feel driven to move towards it and meet it. So we got to uncover that target and identify our goals. The next one is good. I love this. They're all good, but ink it, don't think it, write your goals down. I mean, we're all college students. We're all taking notes all the time. Turns out that really does something to us inside. It really changes the way we think through things. When you manifest and put pen to paper, it all of a sudden brings whatever's inside you into reality. I really believe that naturally when we write things down and it sort of becomes truth, it becomes real. It can be a concept in our heads, but when you write your goal down and you see it, what's your natural instinct? Okay, there's my goal. It's looking at me right in the face. What do I need to do to move towards that? How do I create the steps? How do I develop that action plan? Because you can have this goal in your head, but it's just floating around. But if you write it out and see it, the brain naturally wants to move towards it if it's meaningful. And even if it's not meaningful, like the goals that I had, I mean, they weren't meaningful in the beginning, but the brain it's always working, it's always trying to do things. It's trying to move us towards something. So whatever you write down, make sure that it's positive. Make sure that it's going to enrich your life. Make sure that you care about it enough so that when things get hard, you're going to be able to crest that hill. Write those goals down, you guys. And the next step is needs analysis. And I think this is really important. In this, we talked about self-awareness briefly, so I just want to mention that again. Self-awareness of what are your needs right now to meet the goal that you have in mind? Do you have needs, or are you good? I believe we all have needs. There's always something that we need to improve upon. For me, in the beginning, when I started college, I knew my limitations. My limitations hung huge over my head. I didn't have any math skills. I'm still learning how to utilize the computer in an effective and efficient way. So technology, math skills. I wasn't a big people person back then. These are the things that I needed to improve upon in order to become an effective, not even effective, but just a better overall person, a good college student. So self-assessment. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What do you need to do to develop those areas in which you're lacking, that will help drive you towards those goals that you have? Let's say that you have this goal of being an engineer, but math isn't your strong point. So your needs at that point are to probably get a tutor or to spend some time in the math lab, because you've analyzed it and that's your weak area. So yeah, needs analysis. List your benefits and obstacles for the next section, guys. Number 4, and this goes back to writing things down. When you make a list, and this really helps with organization and clarity, you want to list the benefits and the obstacles. When you see all the benefits of the goal that you're moving towards, whether it be personal, professional. My fellow SSC student, Dominic, talked about he wants to get ripped. He wants to get physically fit. Well, a good way to start moving towards that goal and be motivated, Dominic, is to list the benefit. How is it going to benefit you? Are you going to have stronger core strength? Are you going to look rock hard sculpted abs? You're going to be, pulling all the ladies? When you see these benefits, you start figuring out a way to make it happen. Also, be aware of your obstacles too, guys, because there's one thing I learned throughout my dark years of addiction: things aren't always easy. But the good thing about obstacles is when you figure out what potentially they might be, you start being reminded that, okay, I'm going to have to be resilient on the way towards this goal. So let's list out these obstacles so we can better prepare how to deal with them. I got the perfect example again. For me, it was math. I knew that was going to be an obstacle. I knew I was going to have to deal with it. So yeah, weigh the benefits, consider the obstacles, because there's going to be plenty of them. The faster you can get used to the idea of an obstacle in your way, the more better prepared you're going to be able to handle it. to figure out some way, whatever it is you have to do. And it could be as simple as reminding yourself of the benefits. Like, okay, yeah, this obstacle's in my way, but let me remember why I'm here, what my purpose is. Why am I moving towards this goal in the first place? Sometimes that's all you need is just that little reminder of why you started in the first place, and that really will get you going again. And so list objectives. Objectives are they're your small rungs on a ladder. So they're your rungs. I'm gonna make some objectives. I'm gonna list them and I'm gonna meet them. And every time I meet an objective, it's gonna move me farther along this goal ladder until one day I've met so many objectives. I've walked so many steps that I'm at the top. So make a list. You don't have to have all the, the whole picture yet, but make a list of maybe one or two objectives right now towards a goal that you have. And this all falls right in line with creating your plan of action. That's what we're doing, guys. We're creating a plan of action. We're breaking things. We're considering the obstacles ahead of us, considering the benefits, raising a self-awareness of what our limitations are in pursuit of a goal that we might not be able to reach just yet, but through practice, patience, perseverance, work, that we will be able to meet a little later on down the line. So create your plan of action, consider everything that goes into that. And I really like number 7. And I actually have a lot of my students, my mentees, and some of the students that I tutor, anytime I can get a group of them to just talk to each other about their goals, I find that really reminds us of our purpose. One of the main things that I do in my PTK meetings with my members is have them introduce themselves to each other, especially with the new members. When we have any new members join our organization, that's our first activity, is to, well, share with us what your major is and what your career goals are. What brought you to that? Why do you think you would be a good fit for that? And what do you think that you can use those skills to benefit the community for? And it turns out more often than not, when somebody shares their plans like that, one member within our organization, 1, 2, what have you, they have something in common with the person who's sharing. So it's this ripple effect, and everybody is really empowered by it. The more you talk about it, the more you think about it. The more you think about something, you start manifesting it, materializing it. I've seen so many students just get so excited. They come from this place of dullness, like, oh, it's just another meeting. But then we start sharing our goals with each other, our ideas, because we all want to change the world, you guys. That's why we're in college. So we all have that in common. So we see when we see that passion lit in others, it has a tendency to light that flame within us when we need it most. Talk about your goals. Work through I imagine it like machinery in my head. Work through those cogs in the wheel with somebody else. Share your goals, because sometimes there's some people out there that have similar goals as you, and they'll help you along the way. Continuously act on and assess your goals. You got to keep acting on it, guys. That all goes back to taking action. Assess your progress. We act on our goals every day as college students when we're doing our assignments. And we're assessing our progress when we get our grades back. Are those the grades we want? If they are, then we need to continue acting in that manner to continue getting those grades. And if they're not the grades we want, well, then we need to step back and assess what it is we're doing wrong. Do we need to get a tutor? Do we need to find a study partner? Do we need to study alone? Are we studying with a study partner and it's distracting us? So let's assess what we need to do and celebrate. So celebration, you guys, that's really important. Now, I know not everybody's going to understand this, but I find that my personal way of celebrating, I'm a fitness person, right? I'm a health major. So I just love challenging myself in terms of fitness, in terms of life. I like to pick out the hard things to do. I'm a runner. I love doing pull-ups specifically because they're hard. So if I can set a goal within those parameters that is challenging enough to where I have to continually try because I can't do it at first. Whenever I meet that goal, my way of celebrating is to set the bar even higher. But that's what I do. That brings me enjoyment. for me, I look at it in terms of, I don't like to really stay comfortable because I lived that way for a long time in my comfort zone. And at this point in my life, I'd rather stay hungry. Once you get into that comfort zone, it's hard to get out. I know I lived there for a long time, but I celebrate through setting new goals and trying to outdo myself. Like I said, I'm a fitness guy, always working towards progress. Just because I do something good, maybe I can do it better next time. It doesn't stop just because I've reached a goal or because I've excelled at something. Everything can always be improved. So celebrate your goals in your own unique way. Periodically evaluate where you are after you've met those goals. Evaluate your goals. Are those goals satisfying you? Do you need to do more? If you're like me, you're constantly having to do more because you feel like you can always improve. Evaluate where you are and where these goals are taking you. If you're satisfied, that's fine. But if you're not satisfied, then you need to continue setting goals that will advance you on a higher level towards something that's meaningful to you, something that'll benefit you and benefit society. Everybody's different, you guys. That's why you have to evaluate. That's why there's so much talk about evaluation. Only you know what you need to do in order to move forward in your life, within your life. Okay, so there's some principles to goal setting. We talked about identification. You want to identify your goals. You really want to set moderately difficult, challenging, yet attainable goals. So I always think about it in terms of pull-ups. Like in the beginning, before I started doing pull-ups, like I had this goal of doing 5 pull-ups. Man, that was hard, but it was doable. I had to work to get to 5 pull-ups, but it took a couple months actually because I could only do 3 pull-ups in the beginning. But I wanted to do it because it made me feel like a better person. It made me feel like I was, carrying my weight. So you want to set moderately difficult and challenging goals, yet attainable through hard work and persistence. You really want to be specific. You want to establish what it is you want to do, what you want to commit that energy towards. That way you're not floating around or directionless in life. Because there's nothing more draining spiritually, mentally, and emotionally than not having any direction. You want to create a long-term goal and a short-term goal. And you guys know about this. We do it every day in college. Our long-term goal is to get our college degrees. So we're constantly creating these short-term goals through reading a chapter, through seeking tutoring. I want to go schedule an appointment for tutoring today so I can get a good grade in this next assignment. So those are short-term goals that are moving you towards your long-term goals. Ink it, don't think it. Write it down, you guys. Physically manifest those concepts in your mind that have purpose and have deep meaning to you. Put it down on paper, bring it into reality. Nobody's gonna do that but you guys. Whatever it is that's important to you, write it down, turn it into something, create something from nothing, manifest those positive goals. Because you guys remembered how I talked about I had goals, but they weren't good goals. I was constantly, trying to smoke marijuana or get drunk on a bottle of liquor. Now, those were goals that I had that unfortunately I was meeting a lot because I was putting so much energy towards them. But yeah, we all have positive goals here in college. We're trying to get that degree, trying to start our careers, trying to change the world. And always make room for feedback. Step outside of yourself. Ask somebody else, what do you think I can do to improve where I'm at on the progression towards my goal? For me, it's often, how can I become a more open, loving peer mentor? How can I make more time for my students in the tutoring lab? How can I make my time more efficient to where I'm being there for students, but also have time for my own studies? What am I being too loud in the labs while I talk to these students? Just always it's reevaluation, self-assessment. Feedback is always good. Don't be scared of feedback, guys. Sometimes it might not be what you want to hear, but you can use that to become a better individual and a more effective person, a more effective goal setter, goal accomplisher, I should say.
Hey, Io?
Yes.
We are getting close to time.
Okay.
So I wanted to see if you want to take some questions or if you want to finish on your bust a move as a motivational.
Oh, yeah. Let's
So-
quickly show that.
Or do you want to see if there's a question or two? But we mainly had a lot of conversation in the chat, but does anyone have a question for IO?
Yeah, go ahead and shoot, you guys.
Let's see. We see Tanya said obedience over comfort. Let's see.
That's good. That's good.
Dom wants to know how many pull-ups can you do?
Continuously, I can do 13. So that's starting from 3, setting those small goals. And now I'm able to do 13. Most I've ever done in one day total is, I think it was 150. So yeah, that's the power of small increments, you guys. But I have a passion for it too, you see. So I'm putting a lot of energy and effort towards it, but anything's possible when you're passionate about something.
Yes, he does a lot, and he's doing them with a weighted vest now. Too,
Yeah,
by the
yeah.
way.
So that's self-assessment. I've considered that, hey, I've met my goal. I feel like I can do more. Why not do more? How do I do more? Well, I make it a little bit more difficult. I want to become a little bit more resilient, so I add resistance.
All right. Sarah McCarley said, good job. I can do half of one. Well, before long, you'll be doing a whole one, Sarah.
That's right. That's correct. That's correct. The main goal, Sarah, is to just believe in yourself that you can do that half. Eventually, you'll be doing it so well that you're going to be doing the other half. That goes with anything.
Right. That's right. All right. So do you want to finish on, you have a last word of encouragement for setting
I
and
do.
achieving goals? Okay.
I do. My last word of encouragement, you guys, is to make a move. Because if you don't bust a move, you're going to be kind of floating around in fantasy world. If you have something in your head that you want to do and you want to put energy towards, but you don't really know how to do it, just bust a move.
Hang on. Ursula, did you want to ask something? Yes, she does. Hang on just a second, Io. If I can get one question in here.
Okay. Hi, Ursula.
I know she said that her surgeries had inspired her to her career. I'm trying to find if there's a question in here. Oh, you want me to unmute you? Is that what it is? I'm trying to find you. Oh my goodness.
And you guys, those 10 steps we talked about on how to set your goals, and that's really good. And I actually have some more information on that for you guys that my moderator
Oh my
will
goodness,
provide
I
for
can't
you.
find her. I'm sorry, I can't find her.
I believe
I'm right here.
Ursula should be unmuted now.
Oh, thank you, Dave. I couldn't find her.
How are you? Thank you, Mr. Jones, for spending your time with us talking about your story. I thought your story was really interesting and like how your setbacks kind of encouraged you to go further. I've had some setbacks in my life too. I've had surgeries, so that's kind of crazy to know that I've had surgeries. And so that's what inspired me to do what I do. Like, I'm studying to be an orthopedic nurse practitioner. The reason why I'm studying to be an orthopedic nurse practitioner is to help people with their bones, because I've had 2 knee surgeries. And so I just want to help people like that. And I would like to thank you for all you do. And God bless.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And I have so much to say, but we're running out of time. I will say this about that. I really had a boost from God getting out of my addiction. He blessed me with a passion for physical fitness that I didn't know I had. So that physical fitness, the running, the exercising, that's helped me stay sober. That's part of the reason why I chose my major, because I want to. A lot of our indigenous community, our Native American community, has problems with substance abuse and things like that. So I want to take what's worked for me, which is exercise and fitness and implement community-based physical fitness programs within my Indigenous community and promote that mental, emotional, and spiritual wellness in that way with my degree through my passion. So that's really interesting. Thank you for sharing that.
Okay, so why don't you go ahead and play that, and we're gonna have to end the session on that note. So thank you, everyone. Our next session is Liz McCraw, my cousin. So stay around. Oh, you don't have your sound shared.
Oh no, are you serious?
I'm serious.
This is a good video too.
Yeah, you don't have your sound. All right, we've got to go. It's
Oh,
1
Jen,
minute till.
you can hear me now. I've been driving and now I'm sitting in a massage chair. Yeah. Kelly was holding the iPad for me while I was driving earlier, but I was listening to everything.
All right, so thank you all very much and join us for the 3 o'clock session. The form is in the chat box for you to fill out the evaluation. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Bye, guys. Y'all have a great spring break.
We're going to take a break until about 3:10, and we'll get back started with Liz McCraw at that time.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I want to tell you, this was like a fantastic presentation. It was amazing.
Well, thank you. I think I need to work more better on structuring to where I just have so much to tell, you know. And then,
I'm proud of you, Io.
well, thank you, guys. I'm glad you guys gave me an audience and helped me learn how to tell my story and keep everything in mind about this goal setting. It's serious business. It has the power to make or break our futures. Everything that we discussed today.
I want to tell you
we are
something.
very proud of you.
Thank you.
I want to tell you something, Mr. Jones. I'm going to tell you something. You have a story and you stick to it and write 1 page at a time each day.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I needed to hear that. That's what I'm trying to do. And this was a big example of that.
Good job, Io. You did a fantastic job, as I knew you would.
Thank you. All my SSC students, I love you guys. I love all students, so.
We love you too, Io.
Or if you look up here, F7M. Yes.
All right, Io. Good job, Io.
No problem, Jana. Thank you for your support.
Of course. I'm going to stay on here and listen to Liz. She's my cousin for real.
You guys look just alike.
She looks like better I do. But our eyes are the same, so. Okay.
Nothing can stop us now. Nothing can stop us now. Nothing can stop us now. And if you fall, I'll pick you up. I'll follow you till the end of time. We run away, oh sweet escape. Nothing can stop us now.
The sun hits like a bullet of faith, and then suddenly I'm wide awake. The fake bliss our apologies made was an enemy with no escape. My hands were tied, but now they're mine to grab onto desire and run away. Gray dust now sparkling gold, and the best is yet to unfold. White heat finding comfort and cold, and a heart was found in her soul. Her hands were tied, but now they're mine. So grab on, and wherever you go, I'll go. These will be the years. These will be the years. The lights will all appear. These will be the years. 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 The lights will all appear. These will be the years. I want you to know that it's our time. You and me bleed the same light. I want you to know that I'm all yours. You and me run the same course. I'm slipping down a chain reaction, and here I go, here I go, here I go, go. And once again I'm yours in fractions. It takes me down, pulls me down, pulls me down low. Honey, it's raining tonight, but storms always have an eye, have an eye. Tell me you're covered tonight, or tell me lies, tell me lies. I want you to know that it's our time. You and me bleed the same light. I want you to know that I'm all yours. You and me, we're the same force. I want you to know that it's our time. You and me bleed the same light. I want you to know that I'm all yours. You and me run the same course. I want you to know that it's our time. You and me bleed the same light. I'm better under your reflection. But did you know, did you know, did you know, no, that's anybody else that's met ya? It's all the same, all the same, all the same glow. Honey, it's raining tonight, but storms always have an eye, have an eye. Tell me you're covered tonight, or tell me lies, tell me lies. I want you to know that it's our time. You and me bleed the same light. I want you to know
All right, welcome back, everyone. Hello, my name is Deborah Morgan, and I'll be your moderator for this session. Welcome to Campus Connect, the Value of Getting Involved, presented by Liz McCall. Liz Cobb McCall is the Vice President for Student Affairs at Southeastern Oklahoma State University, where she has worked directly with and on behalf of students for 30 years. Her primary goal is to help students reach their goals. Through her work with TRIO programs, student life, and student leadership programs, she is uniquely qualified to help students find the value of building their connections on campus through student involvement. In her own student journey, she majored in business administration and minored in communications and art. Liz was involved in a variety of student activities, including show choir, dance team, academic clubs, Greek life, and orientation. She is the mother of a college junior and the wife of a college professor. Today, Liz will discuss how your involvement on campus will enhance your learning, allow you to explore new interests, make friends, and stay connected to your university. Before I turn it over to Liz, a few housekeeping notes. If you have questions or technical difficulties during the presentation, please use the chat box feature. After the session, you'll be asked to complete an evaluation. This is important because this will be used to help select stipend winners. So please do that before jumping off the session. Now I'll turn it over to Liz. Liz, thank you so much for being here.
Hey, thank you all so much for having me today. There is nothing like getting together to figure out how to do some learning on the Friday afternoon before spring break, is there? It's always an awesome time to do that. I have something I'm going to ask you all to do if you're willing. If you all would put your videos on. I teach on Zoom. I spend all my time on Zoom with folks. And boy, when I look at just your names, that is hard on my soul. I'm going to need a little bit of smiling faces back at me if you're willing to do so. And if you're not comfortable, I completely get that. Thank you, Amanda, for the wave. I saw that. Scarlett, thank you for coming on the phone. It really does help the energy and I think make us feel more like we want to share. So I appreciate you all coming on board with that. If you would, look, everybody's waving. See, don't we feel good already? Yeah, that's great. Hey, I wanted to say, wow, Ayo, that was amazing presentation. And the best part about that, I think, was watching everybody share what's important to them. And their goals and how it is that they can support each other. And I just feel completely and totally inspired by that. So today we're going to talk about campus connections and getting the value of getting involved on your campus, and you're already ahead. You are ahead because you are involved already in your TRIO program. You chose to take the first step and get involved in student support services and to participate in that activity, and you chose to be here today. That's an amazing thing when you think about it, is that you've made a choice to be involved in a very specific way with your organization and with your own development. And you've done that by choosing to be here and to participate. So to get us started, I love what's happening in the chat. And so I'm going to kind of keep that going with just a little icebreaker. So I've got some very important questions to ask you. Are you all ready? Important questions. Okay. If you haven't ever used your reaction bar at the bottom of your screen, this is always now a good time to give me a thumbs up or a happy face or something when we ask questions. So feel free to use those as much as you want. So here's my question, and load me up here in the chat on this. I need to know, in the world of tacos, are you about soft or are you about crunchy? It's an important question we need to know. Ooh, lots of soft, lots of soft. Mercy, where are my crunchy folks? All right, all right. Crunchy, there's one little crunchy. Thank you, Lindsay. I appreciate that. Clearly, y'all aren't going to Taco Casa enough, or you'd be saying crunchy tacos. That's what I'm thinking. All right, I got another important question to ask. So, in the world of pizza, thick, thin, or hand tossed? Oh, it's a toss up. Get it? That was my pizza joke. It's a toss up. Yeah, that was my lame dad-like joke right there. Appreciate the fake laughter going on that I can see on the screen. Thank you. All right, excellent. Oh, and I'm in Chicago. That's a different story, that deep dish altogether there. All right, I've got two more of these that I think are going to set the tone for us. So ice cream, cone or cup? Cone or cup? Okay, see, I'm a cup girl. I like to kind of scoop all of it around, and I'm afraid I'm gonna knock it off on the ground and cry a little bit later. So I'm always about making sure I got a hold of it. All right, now, This one I think could really cause us to, I don't know, maybe separate into groups. I'm going to go ahead and do it anyway. Sonic, On Cue, or Quick Trip? Okay, it's a divided thing here. Okay, I was afraid that might happen. Specifically, I think it's interesting that all of my icebreaker questions are about food when we spent an entire chat talking about getting ripped and running and, doing push-ups and pull-ups and things like that. And all I can think of is how fast can I get to a snack this afternoon. So for those of you all that were thinking that way, I just wanted to share a couple of those little icebreakers. But I do have a different question now. Okay, that we're a little bit warmed up. Why are you here today? And it can be because Jana made me, okay? Why are you here today? Okay, to learn stuff because I wanted to be. Anybody else? To learn more. Okay, first time. All right, I think that's an important question to ask yourself at the beginning of any presentation. What is it that you hope to get out of that presentation? Because it changes how you engage in the presentation. All right. So, getting involved on campus and connecting to campus is one of the most significant ways that a student can ensure their success. We know that students who are more connected on campus, students who are involved across campus in a variety of ways, retain at a higher rate than other students because they're choosing to actively participate in their education. And that's a big deal. But I think I wanted to find that a little bit differently than just student organizations today. So I thought we'd take a look at some things. So I'm going to attempt to share my screen right now. And here we are. All right, can you all see that? Yeah. All right, so we're going to start off with an acronym. I like a good acronym, and in my office, we use those a lot. And I ask my students working in my office to help me with this particular one. So I thought we'd kind of use that as a guidepost for us today on what it is that we might work with. And feel free as we go, throw things in the chat. Darla or Dave, if you all want to help me with chat, I'd appreciate that. If anything comes up there, but I don't mind being interrupted at all. So let's just talk a little bit about ways to connect and reasons to connect. And the very first one that I always throw out there that I think is wildly important for us to do is to build community. We connect as a community because we're a group of folks who are super committed to our education and to our goals. And we just saw in the last presentation that we were in that when we are around other people who are supportive, who are positive, that building that community is a really beautiful thing. And I saw that community demonstrated by all of those students in that particular presentation. They have built their community and support each other, and that is clear. But, part of being a community is talking about groups of folks who are on the same page. They are pushing each other forward. So what are some ways, and I think it's okay with me if you all want to unmute yourselves. So what are some ways and communities that you're a part of when you think about the word community? Anybody? And I've lost my chat function for some reason. Dave, is there anything in chat when we think about community?
Well, student community is awesome.
Good. How do you build community? What does it take to build community?
Also, food bank in the clothes closet.
Okay, so working toward a common goal. What other ways?
We have someone in the chat saying interaction.
Okay. It is about actively understanding that the place where you are is important. And so one of the ways that you connect is by understanding your place in the community and the value of others' places in the community. And I'm going to say that again. It's understanding that it's more than just you. It's shared. It's something that we do together. And that the role of everybody in the community is important. Everybody's valuable in that space. Okay. The next word there, next letter is opportunity. That when you connect campus and when you're involved on campus, that it's the opportunity that gets you involved. And here are some things that you may not have thought about from that opportunity. Because you're on campus, maybe you get the opportunity to go to a conference like this. Okay, your involvement on campus might be traveling abroad with a campus or with a group. It might be going to a program that's sponsored through Student Support Services, whether that be a cultural program or going to NASA to learn more about that. You wouldn't have had that campus involvement if it weren't for your participation in Student Support Services. And so you can find those in other programs. You might find it in an academic department, having a chance to participate in an Oklahoma Research Day or to work directly with a professor. But opportunity is another way that you can get connected on campus and really taking advantage of all of those opportunities. Internships might be another way that you could have an opportunity on a college campus that you wouldn't have somewhere else. You know, building a network is an important part of that. That networking that takes place when you're involved on campus is specific if you are engaged. Your network can be your faculty, it can be the staff that you can work with, your fellow peers in your cohort of Student Support Services folks that are there, but it can also be classmates, people in your student organization. It might be the people that you see working around campus in different offices, but you don't know how important that network is if you don't really engage with them because you don't understand how that's mutually beneficial. And so being part of somebody's network is a responsibility. And it's pretty exciting when you get to do that. I think about networks in professional organizations and specifically, who is it that you were really responsive to over this presentation and these different leadership conference things that you've been doing? Maybe you found that Deborah is somebody who inspires you. Your network has just grown because you now know and have a direct link to Deborah. You can always say, I was at the Collegiate Leadership Conference and I heard you say this, and will you talk to me about it? And your network and those people will respond to you in that network. So think about making connections, not for your benefit, but for building relationships. Networking isn't just about collecting people that might be helpful to you later. It's about building relationships with folks so that you have an opportunity to learn from them and to become joyful in a different way because your circle has been expanded. Okay. The N that I like the best in this, and the connect, that second N, is really about building new interest. Yeah, I've worked in student life a long time, helped people get in organizations, advised groups, worked with orientation, all those things that they said in my introduction. But this is what I believe about your college experience. Your college experience is uniquely yours. And it is absolutely has a reciprocity agreement in that. What you give, you will receive. If you want to go to class, go back to your car, go home, and not engage on your campus, then you will get exactly that, a very specific experience. But if you choose to try new things and explore new interest while you're here, it will change forever the world in which you live and that opportunity. You don't know yet what the love of your life is. You may know who it is for right now, but that might change later on, okay? But you may not know how much you love science. You may not know yet that your great passion is music. You might not know that you are so intrigued by math because you never had that class or never heard a world-class professor talk about that profession or have the opportunity to volunteer. And, you know, there's not any place else, I promise you all this, there is no place else out there after you graduate from college where you have more opportunity to try something new than in college. You can go for free to athletic events. You can go for free to musical events and concerts and choir things and try those out. You could learn how to throw your own pot in a pottery class. You could learn how to fly an airplane if you're on our campus. You might learn a new language. All of those things are new interests to you and are a way to get involved on campus differently than other things. And I just can't talk about how it expands your horizon so much. If you don't take advantage of it now, you'll never have another chance like you do with the college experience. That's why some of us stayed here. I thought college was the best thing that ever happened to me. And I was like, how can I work here so I can always do these things for the rest of my life? And sure enough, I kind of found that pathway in like some of us did. But think about what new thing could I try because it could ignite a new passion, okay, which could send me in the direction that I'm supposed to be in my calling, not just in my career. Okay, the E in connect is about exercise, and I'm not talking about getting ripped, even though I appreciated that and all that conversation about getting ripped. I am talking about exercising the talents that you possess. Getting involved in student organizations or in working on campus or in those different things that you do is about you giving back to the things that are important to you. You might be a crackerjack graphic designer. You might be fabulous at bookkeeping and accounting. You might need practice public speaking. And those are opportunities that you have through campus involvement. I had a student in my office earlier this morning who was a stage manager for our theater department. She ran 2 weekends for me, a giant recruitment activity that we had on campus using her stage management skills. And so she was able to get involved in a different way on campus because she brought a strength to my office that we didn't have previously with the student worker. And so she ran the whole thing online using her stage management skills. And so thinking about what you have to give also can help direct how and where you might become involved on campus. I don't know about those of you all who work or are staff in student support services, but I'm always looking for somebody who can run some tech for me, okay, or who can do some of those things for me. Also looking for students who have a lot of creative ability, organizational ability, or students who just walk in and say, I don't know how to do anything, but I want to know what you do. I want to be a part of this because it's exciting. And so if you've got those strengths or talents, walk around your campus and say, hey, hire me. I can do this for you. Hey, hire me. I am interested in what you do and want to learn more. Okay. Being involved on campus also gives you an opportunity to contribute in a significant way to your college experience and to that of others around you. When you think about that, you have a chance to serve or to be of service in different capacities. Maybe you are fantastic at finance and you have the chance to tutor somebody else on campus, either in a formal way or in an informal way, and that contributes to their success. Think about that for a minute. That contribution doesn't have to be for pay, it might be, but it can absolutely be something that helps somebody else reach their goal. And so that contribution is an important part of campus involvement for sure. And then when we talk about the T in that, that's teamwork. Okay, we're going to think specifically in that about the skills that you get being involved on campus because you're a part of a team. I don't know about the rest of y'all out there, but there's nothing that I do every day by myself. Is there anything that you accomplish by yourself? You know, I can't even get my laundry done by myself. I need somebody to help me get that stuff gathered up and get that in there. But really, for me, it's about working as a team is where I catch the most joy. And working with students and student groups, the student groups who really are an evolved team, the one who count on each other, who are accountable to one another, those are the student organizations, projects, programs that are the most successful because they learn how to work in a team where people have differences, where they don't always agree, where they have to make decisions sometimes to go a different direction with it than they would have done. And I know that those folks are the folks then we want to hire when they have figured out how to be a good part of a team. It's a life skill that will go with you everywhere and be such an important part of that. Okay, I'm going to go to my next slide here if I can maneuver that. Here we go. Okay. So the title of my little shindig here today was the value of getting involved. Okay. And I like the idea of what is the value, because you hear all the time when you first come to campus, you got to get involved. You got to get involved. Well, I think it's a value proposition, or that's what I would put for you to you today. Being part of your campus life and being involved on campus is value added. That's what you're looking for. Otherwise, your time is valuable. You know, I was in the session earlier this morning on managing your time. And we talked about priorities and we talked about what it is that's important to you and making time for that. So you've got to make sure that your campus involvement is a value added experience. So these are the questions that I would pose. One, how does the involvement benefit you? Okay. How does your involvement help you to reach your goal? Like we talked about in the last session, how does that involvement help you become the person that you're trying to be? There was a lot of conversation in the chat about specifically wanting to grow and to learn and develop. So does your involvement help you expand your horizon? Does it help you see the world differently? Does it help you think about your place in the world differently? So I would encourage you to think about that, both personally and professionally. Not everything that you do has to necessarily go to your professional goal. It will probably feed that, but what are your personal goals? There was a point in time for me that I really did not like to speak publicly as a lot. And then what I found was the more that I did it, the more comfortable I became with that. And that helped me personally to be a part of things that expected it of me. To be part of organizations or programs on our campus that expected me to stand up and speak. And so that benefited me personally because I felt more confident in my own voice. And so I would share with you, seek out what the benefit is for you personally and professionally. And that's internal motivation, right? Those are things that are important to you and what you value. But you also need to think about how does that involvement benefit others? And I'm guessing for many of you, when I look in the chat about how you want to help people, how you want to make a difference in other folks' lives, that how you, that value added experience is really about how it benefits other people. And that's when you organize something or when you're part of an organization or involved on campus, you thinking about how it is that you're making a difference in somebody's life matters. I don't know about you all, but right now, this whole year has been the weirdest thing I've ever experienced in my whole life. It's trying to, how do I make a difference like through an electronic medium? You know, how does that ring authentic? How does that ring sincerely? How does that ring true? And what we've realized is if you come at it absolutely from a place of truth, if you come at it absolutely authentically, it doesn't matter if someone's standing in front of you or if they're in front of you on a screen. You can make a difference in their life. And that's what's mattered this year. It's mattered a whole lot more than winning homecoming. Okay. It's mattered a whole lot more than winning a ball game. And it's mattered a whole lot more than winning the trophy for being the most fabulous student organization on campus. You know, it's about how do we keep people connected and moving toward goal. The other thing I'd say about value and the value added experience specifically is defining what is valuable to you. You know, I see freshmen as they come onto campus and they start going to different events. You know, they head out to a ball game and they head out to 14 different student organizations because they just want to make friends. And that is absolutely a reason to get involved on campus, is to make friends. But then they start to be kind of unhappy with what all they're doing because they haven't really matched up what they value with what their involvement gives them or how it feeds them. And so I would encourage you to write down what it is that you value and then seek out experiences that match up. Okay. If your faith is what's the most important to you, then seeking out things in campus ministry or places where you can be of service might be it. If what is valuable to you is being the very top of your game professionally, then seeking out those opportunities in your academic department to work with faculty directly, to go to professional conferences. Those are things that you value. So that making sure that you're congruent with how you spend your time and what you're involved in matters. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about different ways to be involved on campus. I didn't want to get through that fast. Let me go back. Okay. All right. So, you know, we talk a lot on campus about getting involved, and we always say things like you'll grow and you'll learn and you get experience, just like all the things I've talked about. But the number one reason to get involved on campus is because it's fun. Okay. It's fun to be with people. It's fun to hang out with people. It is fun to spend your time trying new things and making sure that your campus feels like a place that you want it to be. Okay. One of the ways that you can do that is through student organizations and clubs. And that can be things that you like in your leisure time. And it can also be things that help you get better at what you do. And it can help you with things around your major and networking. Okay. And that's about professional development and making a difference. So pick and choose. And right now, this is what's so cool about this. Those of you all that are involved in campus leadership on your campuses or student organizations, I think Zoom has opened up campus leadership differently. I thought it was going to be horrible and that people weren't going to be involved and people weren't going to be, I didn't know what it was going to be, frankly, and it scared me to death. But what I found is that folks who didn't have time otherwise now have time to do it because they can get here. They don't have to worry about, can I get from work to here? Can I go to that meeting and drop in and not have to spend all the travel time and the getting to someplace else? So I don't believe we'll ever go back to just face-to-face or just Zoom. I think we got to provide opportunities, and particularly for our students who have families, who are working full-time, who are looking at a way to get involved. We've got to make sure that we're keeping hybrid as an option. So I would encourage you in the student groups that you're starting and are working on, or in any of your programs, you make sure that there's still this option available online for people to participate. We have more participation in student government. We have more participation. We have better attendance now at some things, lectureships and things like that, because we're providing them to our fully online students as well. So keep on thinking that way. Think about your involvement on campus through student employment. Now think about this. There are many of you all who were probably student athletes at some point in your life and are not participating at the intercollegiate level. You could be employed by athletics. You could still be close to that activity that you love. You could work in the music department if you once were a trumpet player and are not currently doing that. Okay. You might have the opportunity to work in an office that you just find interesting. I'm going to tell you all a story on Jana while I'm sitting here. Just a little story. No, it's not, she's already like freaked out, I can tell. So this is the thing. We grew up in education houses. Our parents worked in education. Our grandparents worked in education. Janet and I had very different interests when we were in school. She took kind of a music track, plays those drums. I kind of took a dancing track, did kind of a different thing there. But academically, we were both real sound. But I don't think we would have told you that we would have worked in education in college. But our parents, education was important in our houses. We found out just because we liked college, okay, we both found the way to our career path. Jana through residential life and housing, and me through student life. And I had no idea when I set foot on a college campus that I was going to find my passion by working in an office on campus. And for me and my story, and Tim told a little bit about that earlier, I met at that time our Dean of Students, Sharon Robinson. A lot of the folks from Southeastern know Sharon. She came to a student organization meeting to talk about something, and I thought, man, her energy is fantastic. I want to do that. So I walked up to her after the meeting. I'd been working at the switchboard, just so y'all know, we're answering the telephone for the university. And I walk up to her and said, I don't know what you do, but I want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of this thing that you got going on. And she hired me on the spot. I thought she hired me because I was fabulous. She hired me because she didn't have a student worker. I didn't know, the difference. And so I started working for her and realized that I had a talent for that. Much the same way with Jana. If she tells her story, she will tell you that she had a talent for working with students, having a heart for students, and realizing that impacting them where they lived made a difference, and then found her way into other things, now on into student support services. And that's a natural migration for people that care, is to figure out how to do that somewhere. So your on-campus employment can get you places that you didn't know it was going to get you. Okay. So seek that out for things that you're interested in. Another way that you can be involved on campus is your research and presentations. We just had Oklahoma Higher Education Day this past week here in Oklahoma, sponsored by Cameron. If you want to know more about science, what is the best way to do that? It's to put your hands on the science. It's to research, okay? It's to get involved. I mean, I'm not talking about in your residence hall room. Don't blow stuff up in there. I'm talking about getting in there with a professor and doing research or writing a paper. My husband's a professor, and he just had 3 students present papers at Oklahoma Research Day. One of them happens to be my daughter, who's at a different university. He put them all together and gave them some research, and they've had a chance now to do that. That's a way to be involved on campus, doing more research in your field. It also helps you to build those professional opportunities. Events. You don't have to be playing football to enjoy football. You don't have to be playing basketball to enjoy basketball. A way that you can be connected and involved at your institution is to be a super fan. Is to be a fan of someone who just goes to the concert because you like it and you want to see other students do their thing. So campus events are a great way, a really great way for you to get involved and feel connected on campus because you're finding other super fans there. When I was in school, I was a music junkie. I have 21 hours of music classes on my schedule, on my transcript. No minor, no degree. I just liked the activity. So I actually went to recitals when I wasn't required to, because I thought it was cool to get to do that. Matter of fact, they actually announced that I had the best recital attendance of anybody in the music program here. And I wasn't even a major, but I loved the activity because it kept me connected to something that made me happy. Okay. And so find your way to be connected through campus events. And that might be a residence hall meeting. It might be a lectureship. It might be a conference. It might be somebody post a flyer that says, learn more about this, and you just show up and go, I had no idea. And that's a cool way to stay connected and to meet other people you'd be connected with. Being of service and volunteering is another great way to get involved on your campus. Martin Luther King Day of Service, the big event, opportunities where student support services on our campus just had a drive to get winter weather gear. We had gloves and, we did a big drive where people across campus helped to provide those items for folks in need, connecting with a local organization. And then, for example, if you're really connected to working maybe with the crisis control center for abused folks, that might be an option that you could gather up your friends and figure out a way to help. It doesn't have to be a formal organization. It doesn't have to be a part of an office. You could get other people together to do something that you're passionate about. You just have to be the vehicle to get it done. Okay. And use any of these student support service folks to help you make those connections as you want to. That also helps you build connections outside of campus, which can be really important to you down the road. But the best part about being of service or volunteering together is because you set a goal, you accomplished the goal, and you did that work together. And that really builds your connection and tightens that up for other folks and for you personally. Let's see here. I wanted to share this with you, and then I wanted to ask a few questions. I'm going to pull us out of this part. John Maxwell is a great read. If you all haven't read John Maxwell, about purpose. And really, I have students in leadership courses read specifically about purpose. In this particular quote, and I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, okay, because you all can read. What I can share with you out of this is that when you understand that being connected to others is one of life's greatest joys, you realize that life's best comes when you initiate and invest in solid relationships. And so for me, that idea of initiating, investing is action. Okay, that's your responsibility. Nobody else can make you be involved on campus or connect you to campus. That's about you taking and initiating that process and investing in yourself to do that process. So that all being said, I want to know what are your questions about being involved on campus? How is it that you're struggling with being involved, and can we help? This is what we do. And so I'm interested to know how you might want to be involved and what we could do to help. And you can unmute yourself if you want to and ask the question, or you can put it in the chat.
Liz, I'm looking to see if there's any questions. It doesn't, like lots of people are making comments as you have talked, and they've been great comments. It's just, there isn't any questions.
Anybody?
Can I ask a question? It's Io Jones.
Yes, absolutely, Io.
So has a volunteering opportunity ever presented itself, and then the person would follow through with that and they actually find like a career out of that? Like, let's say they're really passionate about it and something comes out of it.
Absolutely. Right now, I can tell you, I had a student who just graduated in December who's been hired on full-time with the Durant Main Street. Her goal was to help build community. She had a unique set of strengths and talents around communication and social media and ad PR. She didn't want to just do that for business purposes. She wanted to do that for a nonprofit. And because she was good at it, volunteered first, did an internship there. Then they hired her full time just in January. So that's a perfect example of that.
Wow, thank you so much for sharing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Liz, I have a question. One of the students, Jonica, said, how can I get more people to participate in organizations?
Okay, Jonica, that is like the age-old question in student life is how can I get more people here? Well, this is what I'm going to tell you. I don't think it's about numbers. I think it's about commitment. And so if you have 4 other people that want to hit a goal or be a part of something, that's all you need. You don't have to have 20 people coming. You don't have to have 10. You have to make it meaningful for those. But I think you start out by asking them, what is it that they want, or what is it that you're doing that might be attractive for other folks? And then just talk about it. And you start talking it into existence and agree with those 4. Let's move forward. And then you say, hey, do you have a friend who feels the same way? And then you invite them and you invite them. You know, in Vacation Bible School, we call that each one bring one. And that we used to call that. I always use that with student organizations. If you love it, I am confident you have a friend who will love it too. And ask them to come with you.
Great answer. So Ursula asked, she wants to start a clothes closet at college, and she wants to know how that she could go about doing that.
Okay. Ursula, first of all, you need to go to the folks who are closest to you on your campus, if that's a student support services person or something like that, and ask them to help you talk about what you want to happen and achieve. And then ask them to help make the introduction to you to probably to their student affairs team, to their student affairs administrator, and say, this is how we can start it. These are ideas and solutions, and let's assess some need. And that's where I would start, is assess the need and state the need. But your student affairs teams on your campuses want desperately for students to bring forward ideas. They are desperate for students to say, I want to do this. And then they will overwhelm you with, how can we help you get that done? Okay. And so that's where I would start.
Yep. All right, it looks like we don't have any more questions in the chat. Liz, this has been, I mean, your energy is amazing. I have definitely enjoyed sitting through and listening to your presentation. It's just, I mean, like I said, your energy is amazing and you're making me excited. So thank you so much for presenting and sharing, you know, like your knowledge and your expertise with us. Thank you so much, TRIO participants, for attending. I hope that you found the information useful. Don't forget to complete your evaluations. These will be used to select stipend winners, and don't forget, everyone wants to win money. Evaluations can be found on the website, and there will be a QR code that is shown after this presentation. So with that, on behalf of all of the Oklahoma Collegiate Leadership Conference Committee and the SSS programs who work to put your conference together, we want to thank you for attending our Oklahoma Collegiate Leadership Conference for 2021, and we hope that you have enjoyed our professional development series. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time.
Thank you all.
Final session of the 2021 Oklahoma Collegiate Leadership Conference. We hope that you enjoyed the opportunity to learn more about how to be successful in college and have walked away with some tools that you can use as you continue to pursue your educational goals. I also want to say a quick thank you to all of our participants for being so engaged and participating throughout this conference. We have made this a successful conference. If you haven't already, please make sure that you complete the evaluations for each of these sessions that you have attended by the end of the day today, as these will be used to verify attendance and determine your eligibility for a chance to be awarded a stipend. This week's stipend recipients will be announced via email to the directors of all registered TRIO programs by the close of business on Monday. Thank you again for your attendance today, and for all of you who are about to begin spring break, have a good, safe break. Thank you for joining us for today's final session of the 2021 Oklahoma Collegiate Leadership Conference. We hope that you've enjoyed the opportunity to learn more about how to be successful in college and have walked away with some tools that you can use as you continue to pursue your educational goals. I also want to say a quick thank you to all of our participants for being so engaged and participatory throughout this conference. You have made this a successful conference. If you haven't already, please make sure that you've completed the evaluations for each of the sessions that you have attended by the end of the day today, as these will be used to verify attendance and determine your eligibility for a chance to be awarded a stipend. This week's stipend recipients will be announced via email to the directors of all registered TRIO programs by the close of business on Monday. Thank you again for your attendance today, and for all of you who are about to begin spring break, have a good, safe break.
Yes. Okay, yeah. Well, it was a big team effort. Yes, yeah. Well, I have to tell you, I mean, this really speaks to the power of being involved and working with a group of people, because we could not have done it just the two of us. Well, we probably could have. Dave, you're pretty awesome. But we've really had 4 good weeks of just really strong presentations, and it was amazing. We're looking forward to what we're going to do next year. Yeah.
Are you going to post the evaluation, ma'am?
Hey, Scarlett.
Yes, ma'am.
You can, can you see the screen still?
Yeah.
Okay, so as it scrolls, there'll be a QR code pop up.
Okay.
And hang on just a second, it should pop up. Can you scan with your phone? Oh, wait, you're on your phone.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Let me email that to you.
Okay. I did the one before IO, and then I did IO, and I did this one. I did 3 today.
You should have it now.
Thank you, Miss Jana.